So, hi, how are we doing? Hope we're doing well. Hello. Hi, Julian. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hi, Cricket. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Here's Crockrock. Hi, Crockrock. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. Well, we're live. Hold up. Still a little bit. I need to adjust a few things. How's that? I have a full bottle of water. Isn't that great? A bowl of water. As they say in Great British Town. Poke a shit tree with a cookie. That man is big enough as it is. Don't encourage him to eat more. He's already chunky as hell. Anyways. Hi, hello. He's already massive. He doesn't need more chunk. He is the chunk. Calm down. He is the chunky one. Anyways. Hold up a second. I need to check some things. Hello, Poke. Yeah, I'm alright. I'm pretty good, actually. I'm fantastic. Life's good. Okay, seems fine. By the way, the cat is still horny. Help. But Poke, there's no but. I've been putting this man on a diet because he's been eating a lot. He has started to eat the hair of the top of my head at this point. The first video might die from laughter. We'll see about that. We'll see about that. But yeah. Obviously, I have a lot of videos I want to get through. We also still have some drama that I really want to look at. So there's that. He give you a daily sign and work as mod. How you pay him? Food. But not if he turns into a chunky slob. I do want to do some drama as well, right? Because we need to do this. Oh yeah, I want to show something. I want to show something as well. The off Kai thingy, right? I really want to show that because it's crazy, actually. The off Kai thingy, diabolical. Because that's also important. He abuses me. Okay, that is added. You're gonna watch the stuff I send you, what you want, of course. Yeah, I'm gonna look at some of the stuff. The Queso one I like. The Queso one I'm interested in. That's for sure. That's for sure. Yeah, I really want to dial back the amount of uploads. I think I'm not helping myself with having 3 reaction videos a day. I don't think I'm genuinely helping myself. So I'm trying to rethink my approach currently. And see if it has a positive or a negative effect. I want to see. I want to figure out. So I'm trying to experiment and see what works the best because I feel like I'm bombarding you guys when I shouldn't. Anyways, I got everything adjusted. It is a regular Sunday. There's a little bit of sun, then there's wind, then there's clouds. It's probably gonna rain later as well. If it doesn't rain tomorrow, I might mow the lawn a little bit because I have to. There's no getting around it. Poke a lick it. No, ew. We had that yesterday already. I've already edited it, but just not uploaded it yet. But I have edited it. It's not fun. That's not fun indeed. That's not fun. I don't like that. Oh, that's not great. Anyways, yeah, I think we'll just jump over. There's not much. I don't have much to say. Realistically, I don't have much to say. So let's jump over to the first one. I'm gonna move myself over here so we won't block the man himself a little bit, right? We don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. At this point, is this the replacement for running out of fresh and fluffy videos at this point? Anyways, that can't be good. I'm gonna say it the way it is. Anyways, shit son, was it? I don't know. Was shit on? I have no idea. I forgot that. But yeah, then I have a ref video on Offkai, and then we're gonna look at Reddit being mad at Fillion. What else do I have? The Sydney Watson video I want to do as well. Influencers are a disease, which I agree with very much. Anyways. So the first one we're going to look at for today is Russian Horror Story, Your Neighbor Nightmare by John Wolfe. We're going to look at this. Apparently, this is like a visual novel. This is like a visual novel based on a Russian it's like a Russian game, and it is a visual novel apparently. So I'm curious what's going to happen here. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Every little bit of support matters. Had a stroke right here for a second. Anyways, yeah, we'll go in. I'm curious. I am indeed quite curious what this is about. Let's see.
Hey guys, it's John, and welcome to my playthrough of Russian Horror Story. It's an indie horror game available on Steam. There's a link to it in the description. And
let me guess. I hope it's just $3.99. Fiona! Not again. No Fiona here. No Fiona here. Russian Horror Story. That's a... You know what? Is that a school? You know what that reminds... That looks like a... First of all, that looks like a school. And second of all, it looks like the school I went to. It has the same color, right? The school I went to had the same color, the same white thing, and a similar roof. This might just be my school. It even had this thing. This might just be my school. It just might be. Might as well be.
And it was originally not in English, but it was translated so that we could all enjoy it. Immediately, I'm very excited. The title of the game is in Cold Night for Alligators typeface, which I've never seen before in any other horror game on Steam. So everything's just very, very exciting. Let's go ahead and start a new game. After telling goodbye politely to my student, in general, I am warm and fuzzy when I am not ill. I locked all lock in a front door. Thick, metal, and safe. My first purchase in a new place.
Hold up. Hold up. That's a lock, I'm assuming. That's a lock. That's a lock, that's a lock. That's the regular lock. My man has 3 locks. My man has 3 locks. Oh my girl, I don't know, but 3 locks, bro. Unless it's not a lock, I don't know. But at max, we have 4 locks here. What is bro trying to avoid? Who is bro trying to stop running in? It's a Russia thing, so Lesiona more Katya. Ugh. That name, sadly, I don't have fun memories with the name Katya. Because, a big female content creator in Germany is also called Katya. And, she's a whore.
Okay. Good. You purchased a door? That's the first thing you purchased when you moved into a new place? Okay. No judgment.
No, bro didn't just like buy the locks, right? Bro just bought a whole new door. Make sure nobody gets in, I guess. Where the fuck do you like? What do you protect yourself from if you have 4 fucking locks? Anyways, okay, Sasha.
I guess. I didn't like the district much, and I had to start arrangement using the principle, my home is my castle. That's a good principle to live by.
My home is my castle? My guy. With that kind of locks, your home is a fortress. With this amount of locks, your home is a fortress.
It wasn't the very outskirts of Moscow, but houses in the square looked like they were in high-crime dormitory district of a provincial town. Their dwellers also made a bad impression. I felt like happened to be in tumultuous 1990s. You know what they say about the 90s? That was a tumultuous decade. But then again, what decade would not be classified as tumultuous? I think that the 90s were probably the most stable of all the decades. And someone's doing yard work right outside my window. But I don't really feel like editing it out.
Yeah, honestly, that's kind of true. 90s were probably the most stable. Bro lives in Fallout, probably. A whole door would do nothing in America. You can just walk through through walls there. Walk through walls cheat, always active in America. In the United States, indeed. Well, here that doesn't work. We have concrete buildings. You are not walking. You're not walking through walls here. Anyways, a door to not let Piker in. The Piker doesn't do any dirty work. He lets others do it. Also, hi Shadow Clips. How you doing? Hope you're doing well.
Out over this so far. But my parents once were seduced with very low dwelling prices. And now, after returning to motherland from a small European country, I moved into that shack. Dude, this isn't a shack, you have electricity.
It's also not bad. Also not bad, right? So you have a couch, you have a PC, you have some bookshelves, you have a... Is that a TV? I think that's a TV. That could be something, or a table, something. No, a bed. Is that a bed? I think that might be a bed, actually. I think that's a bed, right? And I think, honestly, behind this is probably the shower. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be honest, that's probably the case.
Yes, Motherland did not win the comparison, but...
Or window, right? If we're calling about, like, shack, there's not enough space, right? So likely the window. Or maybe both. Because, yes, I've seen some horrendous combinations where the shower was literally just behind a curtain. And the room with no window. So maybe it is. Who knows? Trust me, I've seen man-made horrors when it comes to apartments. Rotting the brain isn't dirty work. I'm kidding. I know what you mean.
Who does not allow me to arrange everything for my almost European liking? Nobody! That's what I always say. I just run around my apartment and I say, no one's not gonna allow me to arrange everything for my almost European liking. It's a very convenient motto to have. Except for laziness and low income. I thought you just said nobody was gonna... However, I can't be called lazy, and I started to complete the last plan item. I found several students in tutor bit by bit. I don't understand, I guess we've just moved on to the next topic. In Moscow, a good private teacher will not live in misery. Today, a prospective student got test entrance exams instead of usual lessons. I decided to quirk with my tutoring, and we rehearsed exams. What? I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? Which a nebbish prospective student failed successfully. They failed successfully?
See, here's the thing, though. He isn't wrong, right? He isn't wrong, because, like, consider this, right? Consider this. He's a private teacher, right? He's a teacher. He's a private teacher, right? Right? So, if the student fails, the parents are gonna pay you likely more, so, you can tutor them more. Though, honestly, if my child would fail a class, I would probably change the teacher anyways.
First, he should be happy.
But yeah, I would change the tutor and move on.
Because he did not fail at a real entrance. Second, now I saw clearly what topics to improve in his knowledge, and I will be able to correct plan for next lessons. So this is a visual novel. I didn't know this going in. And last but not the least, I didn't tell it aloud, I shouldn't have expected anything different of a common modern school graduate. So like, are there any characters that are gonna pop up like on the side, like in like those, whatever those like anime visual novels are, like the Sakura games, or that happens, right? Isn't that what, I've never played a visual novel before. Isn't that what's supposed to happen? I remembered about our reformed education in
Reformed, quote unquote. I don't know about that one. Hi, Seeker. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. If you consider something failure but turn to success, it can just be one way, one or the other. You can't fail. You can't fail up. I find that hilarious when you say that. When I look at TV shows, show creators failing a series and then just getting an even more paid product, even more paid series, right? I find that very funny that you say this. Because there were a bunch of directors for the CW superhero shows who were just failing upwards. So you're kind of wrong. Also, he meant probably to his success, right? Failing successfully means, in this context, that he means that it's good for him, not for the student. Anyways. But it was an entrance exam, so it wasn't even like a problem. So he probably just meant that Seeker, thank you for the super chat. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Here, a heart. Thank you. Then the success and not to your liking. Yep. Use Google Translate, I guess. Regardless, so essentially it's just like good for him because for one, it was an entrance exam and now he knows what to work on, so the student does pass when the entrance exam does happen. Sadly, it was not the I'm getting paid more type of thing, or maybe it was, who knows.
Grinded my teeth. I even started to swear as usual. You even started to swear as usual. Well then, do you really need the even? If it's something you usually do, it's not something that you're going at lengths to do. Like, and I don't understand what this is with the... Wait, we can click on stuff? What? What?
That's so random. That's so... Why is there a bullet hell shooter? That's so random.
What? Wait, you can play computer games? This is like the easiest space shooter I think I've ever seen. They just take one oh my god, don't hurt me. What the hell is this?
That's so random.
I don't understand, dude. Should we even try for a high score? I don't think so. Game over, your score 13. Edge egg detected? Achievement unlocked, Easter egg found. What? Okay, what is...
I guess just that he found it, right? Just that he found it was probably already the Easter egg. Hey, I guess an achievement is an achievement. I wonder how much this game was.
With these words with the arrows around them. What does that mean? Goodness me, how could they turn the best schools in the world into a new generation's endarkenment plant? What is endarkenment? What is that? Selecting students, I visited preparative classes in different universities. As an enrollee, which is not spelled correctly, why not? I look young. It is easy to mix with a crowd of potential clients. I don't understand what's happening. What is the story? One day, I entered an audience with historians by mistake. One little pimple told us that Lenin had been a czar.
Huh? Yeah, historians indeed. Hi, Screaming Eye, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Are you playing with someone? No. Today's a reaction stream. They're always Saturday and Sunday. Always.
One little pimple? This is like Google Translate gone wrong. And why is the scene still this room? Aren't we in a different environment now? But the most awful thing was that only two people laughed at that. Lecturer and me. Wait, I don't understand. The situation is even worse with my profile subjects. Physics and mathematics. Murder. You're being a little bit hyperbolic there, sir. However, it is not easy to eliminate the ability to think in a whole nation. There are always people who want to study. You need only to help them. I hoped I was busy with this noble work. Everything is in power for a human. Turning an old, crummy flat to a good place of living for a young family is a magic available to everyone. I'm not a magician, I just study. I am not a specialist, but I'm pretty able to hire 2 Europeans.
I'm pretty able to hire 2 Europeans. Moldavian and Ukrainian. Why is Europeans? They're still Europeans. Last time I checked, they're on the continent of Europe. Last time I checked. But that's interesting. But I'm pretty able to hire. But I'm pretty able.
Moldavian and Ukrainian for European style remodeling. Why are we talking about remodeling your home? Also, I can watch them completing scrupulously a cozy home for my wife and me. You're married? The story's like progressing without us. It's like leaving us behind. It like never tells us some of this shit. And it's just like, oh, by the way, I'm married and I'm remodeling my home. Besides, it's time to call my birdie and tell that she will soon be able to move to my place. She could do it now, but Moscow hotels and rental apartments are something chronic. They take place over a long period of time, is that? Well, you know what they say, Moscow hotels are chronic. With my spending, I won't save money for any renovation, yet I can live among construction materials. What? Moreover, morning look of flat owner wearing only underpants will not damage fragile psychics of workers as much as the same situation, but with a young, beautiful woman in negligee.
Where is this going? Where on earth is this where the fuck is this going? The game is indeed where is this where's the horror? Where is this going? What?
Hey. What is he? What are you talking about? What is this dude? What is he banging on about? I have no idea. Is he talking about his wife? What is he talking about? Is it?
He's talking about a different woman. He's talking about a different woman, but the question is like, why do you see a woman in essentially lingerie? I don't understand.
Even a he, I don't know. Oh, how do you do there, my girl? I'll know it now. That's the creepiest follow-up thing you could have said. I can simply take a spoon and eat shit from a toilet bowl. It'll be more honest. Less harm for psychics than from TV towers' radiance that tangled our large inhabited island with their nets. Besides, about island, one of these days I met 2 schoolboys in underground, about 10 years old each. One of them asked his friend in surprise, "Is the earth really round?" What the fuck is happening? After receiving a positive reply, he pointed to the sky. Does it mean that people live there too? No, it doesn't. You're both idiots. What do you mean?
Yeah, that's definitely getting the little overview, the little what do you call this? The little tag down there, right? At the end, like at the lower bottom, if you are on watching a video of like flat Earth is a theory, yada yada is a conspiracy theory, yada yada yada, right? You know the thing, right? The concept, the warning, the little tag down there. Oh God, it's Poke. Hi GT, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. It's just so stupid.
You met these boys underground. What does that mean? And I laughed, and then I felt sad. What is not right with this beautiful country and these beautiful people? Where are we moving? What are we turning to? This game does ask the deep questions. With those not happy,
we're moving backwards, and we are becoming retarded. Anyways, that seriously sounds like something Epstein would say. Probably. Probably.
Thoughts. I started to sleep. I started to steep in slumber, repeating like a mantra, everything will be good. Woman's scream sounded
Interesting. Stock footage scream.
in a neighbor room. Awful scream, full of pain and misery. Yes, that stock scream that I've heard in many other games. It seemed like somebody kicked me out of my bed. What the? I am alone in a flat. My hair stood on end. I didn't consider this phrase so exact. Trying to collect myself, I inhaled air strongly several times. Okay, Ivan, calm down. Think sensibly. Mystics doesn't exist. You're a modern man. The game would be like 10,000 times better if they had started on the screen and then just gone into this. We learned the main character's name, Ivan, which we were not privy to prior to this, from what I can tell. We don't need all the fucking backstory about how you're a tutor, or I don't even know what this guy does. Just get to the action. What to do in such cases? Right, go and check. But in all those horror films, this
At least we got some backstory chat about him. The F is this? Apparently, this is a visual novel, a horror visual novel, but it's really horrible. Like, it's actually terrible. It is actually terrible. We had a long, backstory. Not even backstory. Bro was just, reminiscing about his past. It's just weird.
leads to characters' deaths. Oh, see, it acts like it's self-aware, but it's not. And now I'll cut your second arm! What a fucking warning! Are there angry ghosts in my place? At last, I decided. I cleared my forehead of sweat and opened a door to the next room. Nobody! And somewhere down, somebody's voice sounded. Stand, hands on the nape. It is FBI. Yeah, you know, that's the standard, like, FBI warning thing that they shout through the megaphone. Hands on the nape. Fuck, neighbors are just watching TV with sound on maximum. Are you serious? Did you just trick us? I still jittered. I even came to a mirror and checked whether I don't have gray hairs. It seems that not. T-shirt adhered to my back. You're a coward, old fellow. If to think, agonal screams of a woman next door multiplied by the fact that you're alone in the flat.
Well, if they're next door, why do you check your own flat? That's the weird question. If it is next door, why are you checking your own apartment? Wouldn't you just, like, the first step would be just to go outside? Anyways, this guy's stupid. This guy is genuinely stupid.
Yet everything is okay, and shitting some bricks is justified. I went one floor down, and we have been in that fucking room the entire time. How long have we been doing this? Like 10 minutes? What the fuck? I went one floor down and turned to my noisy neighbor's.
And now we're just looking at a fucking door, chat. Now we're just looking at a fucking door. We are indeed just looking at a door, and that's that. That's all there is to it. We're just looking at a door.
It is quite wishy-washy, and a lamp is dim, covered with somebody's dirty fingerprints and fly spotted. Fly spotted? What?
There's flies there? Spotted with flies? Anyways.
Yet, I won't read books there, and a scenery is good for scandal. I breathed deep, turned to a doorbell, and blew out. Instead of a button, two old, naked on the ends wires sticked out of wall. What? This is like straight up Google Translate. Two old, naked.
Because somebody did use Google Translate, probably. Shocker, I know. Okay, can you stream this? This is great for October. I'd rather not do that.
On the ends, wires sticked out of wall. Oh yes, why to be busy with doorbell repair? It is easier just to throw it out. and guessed would better connect two ends, making an electric spark. Unfortunately, I didn't guess to take rubber gloves. I touched a wire so dirty that I was sorry for the absence of gloves again. Annoying sound of a doorbell was heard behind the door, and rumble of shots sounded too. Maybe FBI agent shot. Why is this guy... I had to repeat wire's connection procedure 2 times. Just knock on the fucking...
Okay, listen, bro, listen. You're in Moscow, okay? Why on earth, okay? Why on earth would there be the FBI in fucking Moscow? Unless it's unless it's actually in a TV. Anyways, any good videos for today? No. I just have a bunch of videos I still want to watch, and that's pretty much that. I can't believe you uploaded this video December 29th. Interesting.
Door! Only after that, shambling walk sounded near the door. Peephole, muddy as a boiled perch's eye, became dark. What the fuck is a boiled perch? Who is there? Your neighbor, Nightmare. Your neighbor, Nightmare.
Your neighbor Nightmare. You know what the sound reminds me of? Remember the dude who pulled out to the Reddit mod? Open the fucking door. Where's your daughter? That kind of thing, yeah? Who are you? I'm your neighbor Nightmare. We need to stop, bro. That's so dumb. Anyways, okay, that was hella stupid. That was hella. Where was the funny? Where was the fun? This was just stupid. This was just a huge waste of time. It's just a really bad visual novel. It's just a really bad visual novel. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. I'm your neighbor Nightmare. Why? What was the purpose of this? What was the purpose of this visual? What is the purpose of this visual novel? There's extra at the end. There's extra at the end. Okay, well, then we'll see what there is. We'll skip that real quick. Because the music scares me and I don't want to deal with that.
Old age, and I was ashamed of my rude joke. What the fuck? I am from a flat upstairs. Came to get acquainted. Creak sounded like somebody turned a wheel with chains, desiring to drop a leaf bridge on me. What? The door opened a bit, just allowing a crone in very crummy clothes to exist.
That's just... Look, it's Masha. Anyways.
Examine me. This guy's an asshole. What do you want? Good night. I'm your upstairs neighbor. I would like to ask you, could you turn TV sound down? Isn't it hard to you? Yes, of course, I'll do. And she shut the door. In spite of this not a polite gesture, my mood has improved considerably. What the fuck is happening in this fucking game?
Okay, what was the purpose? I'll be real. It's Poke's grandma. Oh go. Oh no. that was Sonic's IRL. I don't think so. Yeah, this is just... What was the purpose of this? What was the purpose of this visual novel? It's like, oh, she had the TV on and that's that. I'm your neighbor Nightmare. So are we playing the horror part in this case? Are we the horror? A horrible neighbor, just is really annoying, obnoxious. Because that's that's all I saw. Yeah, that was interesting. Not really. That was so odd. That was indeed so odd. That was quite odd. Anyways, we're doing things. Okay, so let's do another short one. right? Let's do another short one. And then
I saw this post from Dark on Twitter. Very hilarious.
I was very fast. Then we will do the off-Kai one, because I want to look at that, so I can make fun of off-Kai, because I don't like off-Kai, so I want to make fun of them. So let's see why Redditors are even mad. I want to see why Redditors are mad. Redditors are mad at anything, right? But I want to see why Redditors are mad at Fillion. So let's do that. I'm curious why they are angry. And then off Kai. Then we can do the Sydney Watson one. And then we'll see. That really looked like Samax. Oh, the slander for the poor girlie. Well, maybe that was. Maybe she does look like that. Anyways. Fillion just upset Reddit without even doing anything. Well, she quite literally doesn't, because she's not even doing anything, like literally. She wiped her channel. I'm just thinking it's like probably like some roleplay thingy again, right? Like these like games, right? Either that or it's a major re-debut is what I'm seeing. Anyways, it's my hero. Hey, we're gonna jump in. And also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. But yeah, I don't know what's going on. We'll see.
I saw this post from Dark on Twitter. Very hilarious situation. You're kind of a lot to unpack, but not.
Did Hero received an update? That's pretty. Wait. Oh no, he's hot. Type of thing. Anyways, why did he get an up? He did get an upgrade. When did that happen? Did I miss something?
Really, let me explain. So there's the VTuber Fillion is lost, who now is actually apparently lost, you know. She's MIA, really. And so people are joking around about the name Fillion is lost and what's going on.
Yeah, she got deported. They caught the Filipino boy and deported him. Anyways. I don't know what happened. I'm just assuming it's probably gonna be like a game type of thing or a major re-debut, and that's that.
Speculating maybe this was planned in advance because she picked her name, Fillion is lost. There's a lot more context to this as well, the whole ARG and all that, but we're not going down the entire rabbit hole. But that takes us to this Reddit post. The post reading, New York City subway graffiti covering a beautiful 100-year-old tile mosaic that tells you what station you're at. Obviously, calling anything related to New York City beautiful is hilarious.
I don't know if you would call New York City beautiful, especially with Mamdani there and him being like, "Oh, we reduced the deficit to 0." Yeah, by loading money from the state government of New York. Anyways, moving on.
A New York City subway, one of the most disgusting, dirtiest places in New York City, a city that's already notoriously disgusting and dirty. And that's not me defending graffiti. I don't like graffiti. But the fact is, these subways are disgusting, bro. You could just take a look at any picture from a New York City subway. Or
I don't think this was necessary, right? To put the graffiti right there. I mean, it is a stinky place, probably, I'm assuming. But, regardless. I don't know. I kind of don't give a shit. Though I think, right, I like graffiti, but it must serve a purpose and should look pleasing to the eye. Which a lot of graffiti doesn't. And obviously, this doesn't really either.
New York City, really. It's like the sort of place where you're walking, your shoes are sticking to the floor because there's so much just disgusting grime and dirt and whatever else we don't even want to think about that, of course, never gets cleaned. And the people there just continue littering and doing this stuff to the floor.
I've seen the video of Japanese subways getting flooded and like, bro, the water looks drinkable. Anyways, just saying. I wouldn't drink it, but it looks, right, if like the subways get flooded, it looks clean. And generally the subways in Japan look clean, so that's very interesting. Well, they're pretty stinky here as well, by the way. In Germany, they're really stinky and sticky and just So, nah, not really happy. Okay, if Sonics looks like that, then that would mean you like 2 old ladies. Nope. I like normal women who look decently young. and not old. I'm not hack maxing, right? I do want a family, so marrying old women would be a bit of a problem. Watch out for this, bro, like the queso horror stuff. I have a rule, the more you beg, the less likely I am to watch a video. Write that down.
Get the point, all right? Enough graphic detail on that. But hold on a second. You take a look at the name of the account that posted this, Goyim Supreme, and it's like, okay, this has to be bait. There ain't no way. Then you wonder if the picture's even real. Like, is this actually AI? Is it an edit? Is it real? I don't know. But the bait worked nevertheless, as this once again did get 2,200 upvotes on Reddit. Redditors see this, they read it, they just mindlessly upvote. Oh my gosh, look what they did to our beautiful subway wall. Now we got some duality here. Let's take a look at some of the comments on this Reddit post. Graffiti is an art form with deep roots in New York City. It's also a temporary art form. This will get cleaned up, and everyone will move on with their life. Worst part is that it's not even a good tag. That reason alone is why this is more than mild. And then we got 2 comments talking about how they will spray this off, it's no big deal, and that they spray graffiti off the New York City walls all the time to clean them. And so I'm like, okay, hold up. So do they only ever clean these places when they're spraying graffiti off the walls then? Like, why are these subways always disgusting?
That's not the thing. Yeah, that's the question. They're like always stinky. Why even care, like, spraying off the... Why even care about the graffiti, then? You're not cleaning these off anyways. You're not cleaning them regardless. Okay, wait, queso drink slimes? Hopefully not.
From what I've seen, pictures and videos, it always looks like a complete disgusting mess. So either they only clean off their graffiti, or they actually do clean the subway and stuff, but the people of New York City are so disgusting and gross that they just, like, as soon as it's cleaned, it's instantly disgusting again. Is that what they're saying? Now, if you live in New York City, I'm not trying to be rude. This is just from, like, what I've seen, you know, from the pictures and videos. And I say this as an LA resident, by the way. Go ahead and make fun of LA. I'll probably agree with what you're saying, but I will always defend LA when it comes to, like, our weather and the land.
Interesting. So is Frankfurt our equivalent to New York City, right? Because yes, honestly, you know what's also really gross? Hamburg. Hamburg is really fucking gross. It's really fucking gross. When we went there, we had to use the subway. Like, the floor was actually sticky. Like, you could feel like if you, like, walked, right? And you could tell, right, that the floor was sticky. Not just the subway, but the main train station was also... The floor is sticky. Like, you walk there and you can hear the sound of your foot sticking to the floor if you lift it up. So, like... Ugh. Not so much here where I live, but, like... Interesting. I guess we found our equivalent. Crazy.
And itself, beautiful land, great weather, disgusting city. This part's funny too. A top comment says, luckily there's a spray that will clean it right off. A response says, yeah, everyone saying the wall is ruined is revealing that they've never had to clean graffiti. This takes about 4 minutes to clean off. Now, sorry to be a broken record, but I am sitting here in like disbelief that there are so many Redditors that will actually see this picture that's already gross looking. Again, broken record, I've made this point, I get it.
It's also beautiful 100-year-old tile mosaic. And I'm like, beautiful. Beautiful. I don't know about that one, big guy. Because, this looks dirty. This looks dirty all around. This looks like you can see stains on this everywhere. So if you call this beautiful, I do not know if you have any idea of actual beauty. Anyways, it's just not that deep. It's just not that deep. Well, they're not really mad at Fillion though. I got baited. They're not really mad at Fillion. They're just mad at the graffiti.
But I'm going to make it one last time because I can't understand how Redditors really look at this picture where it's already looking disgusting and they think like, oh, it's ruined. And it's like, dude, how are you okay with it being the way it is? Even like the graffiti aside, hypothetically, they're essentially making the argument that if the graffiti wasn't even there, that they would actually view this as beautiful. And that's what I don't understand. They see this just trashy.
There's also some black stains down there. The metal right here is stained. Right? Buddy. Hell no. You can also tell that the floor is sticky, right? If you look at this, right? You can tell that the floor is sticky. You can tell that. Just saying. This is a nothing burger. This is a literal nothing burger. This is a nothing burger.
Gross place. And think beautiful. Trashy, gross, equal beautiful. What do they think of someone who's actually like a cleanly person? Oh, let me guess, they must be a Nazi, right? Lastly, before a Redditor responds and says something like, that picture's not even real, that really is AI. That's not even the real subway. The whole thing's fake. Okay, bro, pull up any real verified picture of a New York City subway, and it's going to probably look even worse than this, to be quite frank. It probably look even worse than this one wall that already looks bad. It's so bad that there is an entire... Ugh, okay, gross.
What do you mean scraping it off your shoe?
Sorry. Let me collect my thoughts from that. That was so gross, dude. There is an entire industry on YouTube.com of people talking about and showing how gross and disgusting New York City subways are. And
the fact that you can essentially make money shitting on your subway is kind of sad.
New York City as a whole, but especially the subways. But it's okay, guys. Our city officials are doing their best. Mamdami's killing it. He just wiped out the entire deficit with a ton of state aid and by delaying pensions. That's totally not going to backfire, and he's totally going to stay true to his words, just like every politician, right? Trust. New York City's better than...
Anyways, this was a literal nothing burger. They're not really mad at Trillion. They were so mad that they, it looks like Pit. It does. It does. And the worst part, it probably is. Yeah, this was a literal nothing burger. This is literally just, people are mad at graffiti. In a place that's already, it's saying that it makes the place dirty and look bad, but it's already bad. That's really all there is. It's already horrible. It's already horrible. So, like, this is a nothing burger. Went to New York and rode the subway a few years ago. Believe me when I say, fairly sure that a public bathroom is cleaner. Probably. Also, hi Ghost Chain, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, probably. The thing is like, they're not I'm not gonna be hypocritical. They're not much better here either, right? They're still pretty dirty. They're still pretty horrible. I could imagine that if you go to like places like Berlin, Hamburg, Frankfurt, right? You're probably gonna see man-made horrors beyond your comprehension. It's just kind of crazy. Yep. Mamdani's New York chat. Well, it was probably bad before that, honestly. It was probably bad before that. Now then, we have to make a look-see at Offkai. Let's have a look-see at Offkai. So I can make fun of them because I want to and I don't like them. Anyways. We have something here. Chat, meet your new Hoshi at Offkai. This inclusive VTuber convention is genuinely cooked by Ref. Yep, this is about Offkai. You know, the ones that basically told Kirschit to F off because of her beliefs, right? But they have no issue in... We're gonna go into that. They have no issue with other things. We're gonna look at this. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're going in. You're just sitting on the train. I felt like I needed a shower. Damn, that's gross, bro. That's actually gross. Ugh. Anyways, we'll go in. You will meet your Hoshi on Fansly. We're going in.
Hey, what's up guys, Ruff here. So in this video, I'm going to be talking about the Off-Kai Expo situation. For those who are not familiar, this is a VTuber-centered convention. This is their 5th time doing it. But right now, they are getting absolutely blasted on Twitter. They faced controversy before, as I will talk about shortly. But this time...
By the way, 13 to 17-year-olds are allowed at Off-Kai. Whether they have without parental, was it with parental or without parental consent? I don't know, but they're allowed to go on their own, which is very interesting. And now they're quote unquote collabing with Fansly. It's just getting better and better and better and better.
A lot of people are concerned due to the very least their vagueness about a recent sponsor and set of related events. Or, at the maximum, people are concerned that unaccompanied minors that are allowed at this event will be exposed to adult content. So here's Off-Kai Expo and their main page. This is an event in California, which will make a lot of sense in just a second. That'll be underway in mid-July this year. Now, recently, a lot of people discovered that one of the major sponsors of Off...
Meet your Hoshi, chat. Meet her. Meet your Hoshi. Without, yeah, wonderful. Great. Awesome. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. I don't care. I don't care if you get mad. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. VTubing is now just an easy way to funnel in your adult content. VTubing is now only good for one thing and one thing only. To make corn. It's an easy corn pipeline. No, it's nothing else. It's nothing else. It's just so hilarious, right? You look back at like 2016, right? You look back at like when Hololive dropped their first English generation, right? And now we're here. And people like, yeah, I can see why nobody likes the EN part of VTubing. I think I'm starting to understand. It's because it's essentially just a collection of e-girls. It is just a collection of e-girls. And it's like funny, it's like interesting, right? And there's a little bit of hypocrisy for VTubing fans. I'm gonna say it the way it is. It's like hoe with model. Yay! Hoe with model. Hoe without model. Problem. What is this double standard? It's like, what's the difference? What's the difference between an e-girl with a model and an e-girl without a model? What's the there is no difference. There is no difference. I'm gonna say it the way it is. There's no difference. They're essentially the same thing. Right? Whether it's whether I'm watching Mork Pie on Twitch or I'm watching Fifi on Twitch, there is no difference. They're the exact same thing at the end of the day. Anyways, moving on. And that doesn't factor in that a lot of these women don't even watch anime. In fact, you may look back into the history and realize that they may have bullied people for watching anime in the past, and they're just doing it because it's an easy way to make money. Moving on. You get the idea.
Off-Kai Expo Generation 5 is Fansly. Now let me describe this platform as it's described on their page. Fansly is the site for spicy VTubers and more. This 18+ site is full of the top VTubers in the space with the ability to sell paywalled content, stream, and connect with their fans. Find your next Oshi at this
Hoshi. Anyways.
website with the / VTuber. Now, of course, this video is going to get absolutely fried in the algorithm because I'm saying all these no-no words and phrases. So help me out algorithmically by liking this video, commenting, or even subbing, because that will help counterbalance the bots who are going to be very angry at the words I'm saying. But we're talking about this sponsor, which, by the way, seems to be a very recently added one. And yeah, not only is this kind of the modern state of Western VTubing right now, where there's so much focus on adult content and platforms like this, it also raises questions as to whether or not this is a good idea for an event like this.
It isn't. It isn't. I'm gonna go even further and say something. I think the over-sexualization is tainting the medium. Moving on.
Because this convention is not 18 plus by itself. There are plenty of 18 plus VTuber focused conventions out there, and if they want to have a sponsor like this, it would, I guess, make sense, and it would be more appropriate. But Offkai is not an 18 plus event. In fact, as we'll see, minors can attend, including unaccompanied minors. So when Offkai made this announcement on Twitter today, there's been a lot of backlash. They say your next Oshi is waiting, and for those who are not too familiar with VTubers, that basically means your favorite VTuber, right? So they continue on saying, we're excited to announce that Fansly is joining Offkai Generation 5. Come find them at the exhibitor hall and meet some of their incredible talents. That's
debatable. That's debatable. That is very debatable. That is debatable. That is, I'm gonna say this, that is debatable. Honestly, I have the same issue with this as with any other adult platform, to be fair. But yeah. That is quite debatable. I don't know. I don't know if Showboob is a great talent, because I think almost all women can do that. I wish we would shame people more. Where is the shame? How much talent do you need for corn? It's all, at the end of the day, it's technically all genetics for the most part, right? I remember, right? We had recently the VTuber IRL trend again, right? VTuber versus IRL, and it's legit just like, you look through all these posts of like VTuber versus IRL and you look at the links, right? You click Linktree and it's just like adult platform, adult platform, adult platform, adult platform. It's just over and over and over and over. It's just the same thing, which to me sounds like they're just using this trend to funnel people into their adult platform, adult content, and that's it. We should shame these people more, but we don't, because we completely right? I'm not the most VTuber, right? I don't play a role necessarily. Sometimes maybe a little bit, but like, I don't play a role necessarily, right? So I'm guessing I sit a little bit in a glass house throwing rocks. But anyways, I still think that not showing your face and being a VTuber is part of the deal. That's just me though. Hi Nimi, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. That's just me though. I think that's still part of the deal. Moving on.
Debatable phrase, if we're being honest, for a platform that is exclusively for posting not safe for work content. But then again, let's keep moving here, right? You can see their entire caption is about finding the best 18 plus website where you're
the best 18 plus website, chat. VTuber has become just one thing. Corn. Wonderful. Hi, Duck. How are you? I am doing fantastic. Hi, Sumex. How you doing?
Next Oshi and so much more will be waiting for you. And as I pointed out earlier, of course, this is happening in California. Many such cases. Now, the replies are not just dunking on this announcement. It's pointing out some legitimate concerns that are not addressed at all by this post or anything on their website right now. I can see Madam Savvy saying kids walk around during the day. Surely this is not going to be done while kids are around, correct? Surely we're not going to put adult content in front of children, right? And here's a quote from someone who makes this sort of content, and even they have an issue with this sort of concept and at least the details we have surrounding it right now. I don't mind Fansly, obviously, I do non-safe for work content there myself. However, I don't think this should be in the convention where there are children walking around. If it's in an adult-only section, that's one thing, but I don't think it is. And right now, just looking around at the available information, we don't know. And at the very least, this shows...
Yeah, we don't know how they're going to handle this. How they're going to verify this. Because again, kids can walk around without their parents. You don't need parents. That's all. There's a serious tragedy that happened to Silvervale. I kind of don't like Silvervale since the Cinder thing. Anyways. But apparently, yeah, there's some stuff. Poke fans, no, never. And the only one who would receive those picks is you, Stomach, so it's good. It's all good.
Little regard for what's going on at this convention. If you're going to introduce something like this, you should make it very clear this is barred, 18 plus only. But right now, we know this convention allows children, and they're having this as a prominent sponsor and part of their overall convention. That is something to look into, okay? This isn't just simply shaming VTubers for having these sorts of platforms. It's asking very legitimate questions and raising legitimate concerns about whether or not kids at the convention will be exposed to this stuff. And one of the people to raise these concerns and some very valid...
My favorite VTuber, the Porsche, the butter dog. The Porsche, nom nom, nom nom indeed. The Porsche. Apparently, was it Kirsche? I think it was Kirsche. She just showed her her plushie, and it was like censored on Twitter, which was so weird.
Questions is Kirsche. Now, I'm sure most of you are familiar with this VTuber. She has not only some insight on the situation, but also has a bit of a history with Offkai. In fact, back in 2023, 2024, I believe, I made this video talking about a very complex situation involving Offkai, where Kirsche was supposed to have a panel there, and she was shut down. Essentially for wrong thing. I'll put a link to this video in the description if you want to check it out. But long story short, she was blacklisted.
Bro, that was 2 years ago? That was 2 years ago, bro. That was 2 years. That's already 2 years ago. So interesting, her brother offed himself. That is sad. That is very sad. Once again, I'm kind of lucky that nobody in my family has ever done this.
Listed as a featured guest, but still allowed to go to the convention and buy a ticket and spend money, which is just insulting. But a lot of it had to do with her edgy content, which is ironic given what they're allowing now. And this is just one of many screenshots from that video where some of the...
Yeah, her edgy content, quote unquote edgy content, which we also just call the truth.
People involved with the convention explained why she was banned. And it says a lot of them come down to gender identity and DEI type issues she has talked about. And this is just a sample of what was sent to Kirsche, and it's absolutely ridiculous. You can pause and read for yourself. One of the examples...
Interesting. Yeah, I will not read this, but there's some problems, right? Yeah, Offkai is interesting. There were multiple disasters. There was a disaster after that as well. I don't remember exactly what it was anymore, but it was also very interesting. Was it regarding Pippa? I could be wrong, but there was something. I think also that Ref and Straub didn't go there either after that happened with Kirsche anyways.
Examples provided always makes me laugh. They're showing this as a reason why she's not allowed to be a featured guest, where she made a joke about pronouns on Discord, where she had to make a choice about pronouns after it was rolled out for the platform, and she labeled herself as burger/queen. And apparently that is too much wrong thing. That is far beyond what's allowed at Offkai. So Obviously, she has a bit of a history, and also me and my wife, Darling Straub, have a bit of a history because we saw what was happening with Kirsche, and we were supposed to be featured guests at this convention, and we basically said, if you don't reinstate Kirsche...
Which is like so interesting. Okay, so Kirsche was was a problem, right? But Ref and Straub were not, particularly Ref, right? Because, you know, the content that Ref does, right? Anti-censorship, calling out DEI when it is a problem. You get the idea, right? That was not that was not an issue, right? But Kirsche was, which is so interesting. Okay, Somax, I'll have a look-see at that when it loads.
We're not going to be guests anymore. And, well, guess what? We weren't guests because they never corrected their mistakes involving that previous situation. But let's return to the current situation. So Kirsche points this out, saying, why is this marketed in the exhibitor hall instead of the after-hours yabai market where the adult content is typically located?
Hold up. Be right back. Snack time. Take care. Hold up. So this is essentially... Wait, this is a... So this is a marketed at the time where minors can be around? What on earth are you doing? What are you doing?
When this is also a con that allows unaccompanied minors. And she points out this section that says, I am between 13 to 17 years old. Do my parents have to accompany me at the convention or attend the convention? From 13 to 17, minors may attend the convention on their own, with or without their parents, with written permission from your parents or a legal guardian in order to attend. Permission is obtained by downloading and printing out this minor consent form. Your parent or legal guardian must fill out the form and then have it taken to a notary and signed in the notary's presence. The other way permission can be obtained is to have your parents come to the registration with you and fill out the parental consent form on site. Only in California, ladies and gentlemen, would something like this exist. We have these forms that would allow a 13 to 17-year-old to pull up to a convention that has adult content at it. And based on what Kirsche is describing, it's in places that seem to...
But it's with or without. So they can, but don't have to. They can, but they don't have to. That's not fun. That's kind of horrible. But they can and don't have to
be open to the general public who's attending this convention. It's not roped off or anything like that, as far as we know. And looking at the actual website itself, what she's pointing out is very real. Here is the related section we just read. And here's the actual form, by the way, which is just absolutely crazy. Here's an idea. If you want to go into this route of having adult platforms sponsor your convention and have specific events surrounding it, and you want to use it as a marketing tool and as a way to bring in not only featured guests, but
waiting until the hub starts sponsoring Offkai. Why is this exactly a thing? Why is that needed, right? Then you just turn the entire thing 18 plus and move the fuck on. Why don't you just turn the entire thing 18 plus? Focus, spoil me. You are already spoiler rotten.
Also to promote them in your convention through these adult platforms. How about you just make the event 18 plus? There's an idea. Or will that be like a financial loss or something? Or will it upset the convention staff that we know is already pretty wackadoo over at Offkai? But yeah, this is pretty crazy. Just make it 18 plus and then, have a ball with all this stuff. But, going back to this is all a very, very legitimate concern that Kirsche is raising. Like, if you're going to make such a big deal out of bringing this platform as a sponsor and having related events, you should make these sorts of things.
Well, they just made everyone mad, right? They made the people mad with that don't like Fansly. They made the people mad that don't want to have minors there when Fansly is there. They made just everyone mad. Every possible, and they obviously made the people mad previously that were already mad at them, even more mad probably. So they pissed just off everyone they could successfully, by the way, which is interesting, right? They're getting cooked on their post, right? They're getting absolutely destroyed. This thing has 307 quote tweets. It has 922 likes. It has like how many replies? That shit stain has like a bunch of them, and they're getting absolutely cooked, right? Ratioed back and forth, up and down. It is hilarious, right? Just absolutely cooked. How many did that have? How many replies does it have? 335 replies. Yeah, you're cooked. You're cooked.
Very separate, far and away. This already sounds like a bad idea, letting these unaccompanied minors being at Offkai, but it's even worse when you have Fansly promoting all these events. Okay, that is not being close-minded or anything, because I can already hear people screeching about this, saying how Kirsha's being some bigot or something for pointing this stuff out. But no, you should not want unaccompanied minors at...
If they call her a bigot, what do they mean by this? What do you mean by that if you have a problem with this? What in fact do you mean by that? That's a bit odd to say that. Do you want to say something? To the wood chipper?
a convention where one of the sponsors is Fansly, where they're also running a bunch of related events. And you can see people pointing out at Vexpo, any and all related not safe for work content happened in a corner of the hall. Everything was clearly labeled, hidden behind curtains, and had people on watch duty to avoid minors getting anywhere close. I seriously hope Offkai is wise enough to create a similar plan, because the con staff are all neo-Marxists who are also hyper-sexual deviants. Well, they don't have a very good reputation, that's for sure. And also, again, just odd that all this is allowed and such a focus at a convention like this that is not an 18-plus event. And then I would go to their Instagram where they also announced this and look at some of the replies, but they don't have like any presence over here, in fact.
Interesting and crazy. And the two replies that are there, the two replies that are there are not comfortable with this. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
There's two replies, and I don't really know where they stand. One saying interesting ... and the other saying crazy. I don't know if they're excited about this or what, but overall, this entire situation is very odd. And if you're going to go this route with your convention, well, you should be a lot more specific about what this entails and how it's going to be exposed to your convention goers that include unaccompanied minors. And on top of that, there's the irony of people like Kirsha in the past being banned for their wrongthink, or at least banned as guests, featured guests, and then you allow this sort of stuff and you seem to have really no rails.
It's just weird. It's just weird. I don't think this is what VTubing should be. This is weird. I don't like this. Are we losing brain cells? Are we evolving backwards?
No guardrails in place to police and really control what's going on with this event and anything related to it. So yeah, these are all questions that should have been answered already. They should have been answered at the very announcement itself, but now there is plenty of stir on social media, and we'll see if Offkai has any response, because it's been hours already and they've been radio silent. So I don't know. That's really my 2 cents about this entire situation right now. But that's going to do it for this video. If you guys enjoyed, consider liking the video. Consider subscribing as well for daily uploads here on YouTube, as well as multiple...
Yeah, that's pretty much the end of the video. Yeah. This is rather interesting. Anyways, go to Offkai. Meet your new Hoshi. She's gonna be... Why is this happening exactly? Where did we go wrong? Moving on. Diabolical. Anyways, yeah, that is just sad. That is just very sad. This is sad. Why is that a thing? Why do we need this? Why are all... Anyways, moving on. Oh, I saw this. You can see things? Maybe you can. No, I've not had your video yet. I haven't even added it into my list. And since it's South Park, I don't think I even want to add it into my list. Because see, I'm pretty sure that if, right? I'm pretty sure that if Family Guy copyrights me, that South Park does as well, Poker. Touch me. No. No, you creep. I will not touch you. I will not touch you. I won't. I will not touch you. Mm-mm. Perv. Perv. Absolute perv. Absolute pervert. If I do the Sydney video now, that will be pretty long. So, let me think. If I do the Sydney video now, that will be decently long. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna feed my cats, and then we'll do the Sydney Watson video about influencers, which I also hate. So we have something in common. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'll feed the cats real quick, especially since right now they're napping. So I will wake them up, then they're gonna eat, and then they're gonna be quiet for the next 2 hours, and then they're gonna annoy me again, right? That's the plan. I'll be right back. I'm back. Anyways, the more you ask, the less likely we'll watch your video. I'm gonna ask more then. Remember, don't spam me too much with videos because I said I would cut down on reactions because I don't need that much anymore because I won't do daily 3 uploads now because it's just too much. I've noticed too much. A video about crocodiles? Really? What? One of the comments is crazy, by the way, on that video. I've added it. I've added it. I've added it. But yeah, we're doing the Sydney Watson video now because I really want to watch that. I've been wanting to do it yesterday, but we can't do 2 huge videos. Also, I don't mind doing longer ones since I'm only gonna do 2 uploads now per day, so there's that. Where's it? Where's the... That's the one. That is the one.
So the thing
We're gonna make fun of weirdos. Do you want something else? No, this is fine. This is fine. This works. That works. But yeah, we're gonna do this now. When's the Apple vid? A vid about how great apples are gonna come out? Well, do you have one? I'd watch it. Since we are getting crocodile videos. Anyways. Influencers are a disease by Sydney Watson. And yes, I agree. Influencers are a disease. Yeah. Yeah. I find it sad that the term influencer is now confused with anything when you make stuff online. Videos, streams, whatever, online, you're just immediately an influencer. I feel like it had a different definition at one point. It's like, I'm making videos. I'm not influencing anybody, really. So, why would you call me an influencer? But yeah, there's like people online playing games, streaming, just playing games, like straight up just games, right? And they're being called influencers. I'm like, huh? Those are not the same thing at all. And I hate the term in general. Because I'm not trying to sell people a product. A shitty art product, by the way. So there's that. Anyways, we'll go in. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're going in. Ah, yes, influencers.
So the thing people don't know about climaxing is like you actually have salt in your tears. So what I do is I take the tears and I put it in.
Shut the internet down. Maybe grandma was right. Maybe mom, dad, you were right. Maybe it is the damn phone. Climaxing? Are you mentally ill? Which, by the way, yes, you are. Just that's a rhetorical question, by the way. Yes, you are. Climaxing. Fucking climaxing. Climaxing with tears. Guys, do you understand this? He cries and puts his... He cries and puts it into his hair. Like, he puts the tears into his hair, but is, by the way, if you are gonna do long ones, that's fine. That's fine. But yeah, this is mental illness to a degree that is hard to understand and hard to comprehend.
My hair and it's almost like sea salt spray. It's not funny stuff.
I think it's more than likely that collectively so many people are getting stupider. Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell. Before we get into this video, I just want to make note of the fact that I looked at my home screen here on YouTube before and there were three long form videos and everything else was short. So I'm sure that you guys have noticed that for long form creators, it's getting harder and harder to reach our audiences. Videos are not getting out there. Things are quite suppressed and it's hard. It's hard on the platform at the moment. And
Agreed. See, and it gets even worse. Currently, there's supposedly a bug, okay? There's supposedly a bug that makes it so that videos are not getting recommended onto the homepage, and that all shorts are also not getting pushed out. They don't know where to fix this. They still haven't fixed it, because I know I can tell, because my shorts now no longer reach not even reach 1,000 views anymore. It is so interesting. Not even close to 1,000. Not even 800, 500. It is so interesting with what's going on. And yeah, this platform is in its suppression era. Probably, maybe they're just preparing for Hollywood, which they're obviously working on, to be fair. It's just very interesting. Oh my god, this dude, I've seen so many many vids of him, sea salt spray. Well, maybe you should start IQ maxing, actually.
And if you ask your favorite creators, they will probably tell you the same thing. So as long as YouTube is going to push shorts and make it quite challenging for long form creators, my only request here is leave a comment on this video if you like it, give it a like.
Not even that. They don't even push shorts right now. Nothing gets pushed.
If you like it, or subscribe to the channel if you like me, and if you do subscribe, make sure that you turn on notifications so that I can actually reach you, and hopefully YouTube will stop unsubscribing people from my channel. I'm sorry that that's happening. These videos do take a lot of time to make, and I really like it when they get seen, so obviously the way that you can help, not just me, but any creator that you like, is by engaging with us. It means a lot, and yeah, let's do the video. Although I have been making content for
You gotta do something, because right, they changed the algorithm before. They changed the algorithm before, and then right, they had this weird, how do you call this? This like weird desktop views being cut in half. Remember that as well?
many years now, actually. I hate being called an influencer because I don't want to be lumped in with these people.
We just walk around. What? No, you can't get my number. No, you can't get my number.
That's a dude. That is a man. That is a dude. That is a man. A male. Yes, he has a cucumber and eggs in his pants. And nobody's asking for bro's number. Nobody. Not a single person. Well, unless you're gay, I guess. But even gay people don't want to deal with this.
Faking fans is definitely peak 2026 behavior. I won't lie. I actually talked about this exact topic back in 2023, and since then, this plague of influencers has only gotten worse, metastasizing like a cancer through society. Back when I initially covered this, I gave a lot of people a pass because we'd just come out of lockdown, TikTok had sort of newly taken off, I mean it was gaining momentum, and people were looking to fill a void in their lives by making themselves the main character.
That is just mental illness right there. That's just you, especially on the dirty subway floor. Hopefully this isn't New York. Doug, you an influencer? Who did you influence? All of you. I am selling you shitty products. Indeed. Because that's what I always, right? That's what I always considered influencers to be. People who just try to sell you shit online. Content creators who try to just sell you shit. Brand deals, all that stuff. Or try to do something. That's all I've ever seen them as.
Their lives. But since then, I'm sure like a lot of you, my goodwill towards these people has been used up. My understanding is more or less gone, and watching the trends get worse, watching these people become more and more awful towards other regular people in society, the more irritated I become somewhere along this road.
It's because everything's content. That's what it is. Everything's content. And when everything's content, you will catch these people in their natural habitat. It's just everything's just content. That's why we are where we are.
It seems that a ton of young people decided that they wanted to try their hand at internet fame, and now we live in a world where absolutely nothing is off limits. We apparently live in a world now where oversharing is completely normal, and everything, and I mean everything, is filmed for views, including speeding insanely on side streets in order to make content to post on social media, because, you know, who cares if you kill other people as long as you get the views, right? Or spraying bug spray on food at Walmart, which an idiot person.
What the fuck? What on earth? Yeah. Bed bug and flea killer. Ultra. Hot shot. Wonderful. That sounds tasty.
And TikToker called Charles Smith did back in 2025. Thankfully, he was arrested and charged for doing this because I cannot even articulate how dangerous this is. Because isn't poisoning people so funny? Ha 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 ha. Hilarious. Even though...
Yep. And Clavicula is also dragged before court, and I can't wait for this guy to get mocked by the judge and be sent or punished for his doing. So that's going to be very interesting.
A lot of Gen Z say that millennials are cringe. At least we got to grow up in a time when we didn't have a phone in our hand 100% of the time, and we didn't have to film and document everything always. We didn't have to turn everything we were doing into content. We actually just...
Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you absolutely certain that this is the case? Because Zoomers aren't the only ones filming themselves crying and then uploading it to TikTok. There's a lot of millennial women who do that too, and millennial dudes, in fact, as well.
Just got to enjoy things as they were happening. Gen Z, unfortunately, and the poor generations that are going to come after them, don't really have that luxury. They are living in a world where everything has to be documented, filmed, and blasted online for strangers to consume, judge, and like or dislike. And it's making people behave like absolute lunatics. I think this is why we are increasingly seeing influencers or influencer wannabes in the wild constantly interrupting ordinary life with their
absolute ghouls. I think ghouls is a wonderful term for these people. It's ghoulish behavior. That's all. That is what it is. I think that fits really well. I just
stop nonsense. Like this guy, for example, dancing obnoxiously in front of the Michael Jackson biopic screening, one that was somewhere, I don't know where this is, treating a public theater like his personal dance stage. Or this tool who ordered a burrito while deliberately making the worker's job as difficult as possible to fulfill.
What's wrong? Why are you looking at my burrito like that? Okay. Yeah. Let me get some of this.
Fuck with me right now?
Nah, hell no.
It's a fucking joke.
Nah. Let me get a full scoop of it. Why you smacking it down? Yeah. Perfect.
I'm not gonna lie, this really pissed me off. At the end of this video, this guy gives a free burrito.
Whoop this man dickhead's head. Of course it's a broccoli head. Of course. I feel like that broccoli heads fall into that category very well. Maybe it is a broccoli head. Maybe it is indeed. They may never trust a broccoli head. That's all I can say. Never trust a broccoli head.
Burrito, the one he just made, that's full of wet ingredients only to a complete stranger, and then films that person dropping the food all over himself, which is just... it's just such a shitty thing to do. Harassing customer service and salespeople has actually sort of become its own genre of content, and it never gets less irritating and infuriating to watch. I just know that you people are not getting paid enough to deal with this crap. Same goes for harassing complete strangers.
Why? What? Until someone dies. Until someone actually experiences consequences of just getting the brakes beaten off of them. And even then, they're not gonna stop, right? Even then, they're not gonna stop. They're just gonna continue. Noted, Crocorock.
In shopping centers or inconveniencing other people so that you can get your perfect shot. Imagine captioning this that other...
when you try to exercise, but you met with people who have zero self-awareness. Question: you are not the main character. This is a public space, and if you film in the public space, yes, people will run through your camera. If there's a problem, don't film in a public space. This is not them having zero self-awareness. This is just you being retarded. Moving on.
Other people have zero self-awareness.
That kind of also ironic that she doesn't have, that she has zero self-awareness.
Just stop. Just stop it. Stop. No. Just stop it.
Okay, at least this one made me laugh. This girl sticky taped her phone to a tram in order to film a music video for herself, and then the tram was like, "Not today, Satan!" When we eventually cause our own species to inevitably die out, we deserve it. But for all you good, lovely, nice people out there, there's one thing that you actually don't deserve, which is having your private information sold by data brokers online, which is why today's video is sponsored by Incogni. Have you ever taken the time to Google yourself? Horrifying, isn't it? So much information out there. Things that you didn't even know could make it onto hundreds upon hundreds of these random web pages. For right now, you might be okay with this. But what happens when someone decides to steal your identity using your social security number? Because they can buy that. What happens when they set up a credit card in your name and run up debt on that credit?
It's kind of funny considering that this will soon be completely useless with everyone trying to have government like online IDs, and you need to, you know, you get the idea. Where it's time to stop. Where are your parents? A lot of these people don't have parents, but yeah, it's kind of useless. It's soon's gonna be useless. They even want age verification for VPNs. You're not getting out of this
Card or get into your bank account. I know this sounds crazy and honestly terrifying, but it actually happens all the time, and it's facilitated by data brokers. So it's a lot harder to steal your information if it's not out there for everyone to find. And thanks to Incogni, you can get your private information removed from data broker websites so freaks can't use it for evil. Thankfully, Incogni is insanely easy to use. You make an account, give Incogni the right to work for you, and then they set about getting your information removed from these websites. And honestly, every time I log into my account and check progress, I am astounded by just how many sites my information was on and how regularly Incogni is having to knock that information back down again. Because yeah, data brokers can re-add your information, isn't that awful? But Incogni, once again, thankfully, continually sends takedown notices on your behalf. Another really cool feature of Incogni is their custom removal process too, where you can submit links to sites that have your information, and Incogni will set about getting that information removed. Since I signed up, Incogni has removed my information almost 1,500 times. 1,500, and saved me over 1,000 hours of doing this myself. On a serious note, I'm honestly just incredibly grateful that Incogni exists, and having this working in the background gives me so much peace of mind. So now is the time to fight back, fight the data brokers, keep your information safe by clicking the link in the description or going to incogni.com/Sydney. And of course, use code Sydney for 60% off an annual plan. I promise if you're like me and this freaks you out, you will feel so much safer knowing that Incogni's on your side. Just in April 2026, some Florida teenagers were arrested for filming themselves driving a lawnmower, a ride-on lawnmower, into a
Target? Into a supermarket? But why? Why would you do this? Why would you do this? This is not even funny. Sponsor, yay, so she's not an influencer. She's trying to sell something. That is an influencer, also to a degree. I guess it depends on how you would see this. But that's, yeah, it's interesting. So this guy just like, why? Why would you do that?
Target for content. You guys can't see, but in this voiceover, I'm like indicating as if I'm driving the lawnmower. What is wrong with me? The day before this, apparently one of the teens went into a restaurant chain called Culver's, for people who aren't here in the United States, with a leaf blower. Once again, for content. I hope that sweet, sweet online dopamine rush was worth it, boys. There are endless examples on the internet of regular people trying to be somebody, making other regular people's lives so much harder, just so that they can try their hand at their 15-minute
I'm gonna be an influencer, and I'm gonna be an influencer now and make other people's lives miserable. So for my own gain. Okay, I want cookies. You are overweight. We need to fix this. You get light cookies. Low calorie cookies.
Minutes of fame. Like doing wheelies and deliberately hitting people's cars out in the world. Who does this? Who does this? I hope YouTube lets me keep this clip up because it really does indicate, to me at least, that so many people are just, they're not fit to walk among us. And in the last few months alone, a bunch of genuinely large creators on TikTok or YouTube or wherever have been arrested and charged for doing extremely stupid, absurd, illegal things. An American influencer called The Real Tarzan went to my home country, Australia, at the end of 2025.
What is he doing? What is he trying to do? The Real Tarzan is also kind of hilarious considering that. Anyways.
And tried to wrestle a crocodile. This is very, very illegal back home for freaking extremely obvious reasons that I hope are obvious.
That's the last of my worries. There's big crocs in here, so we gotta get out here pretty fast because it's getting ugly pretty quick.
What the actual shit is he doing? Well, you need to look at this from a positive perspective, okay? You need to look at this from a positive perspective. This will be natural selection at its finest. This will be the most natural selection possible.
It's time to stop! It's time to stop, okay?
Don't do this, guys. I'm serious. They're not toys. They're living creatures. They're prehistoric living creatures with big snappy snaps.
Oh, either both of us.
I'm going to tell you all this generally as a rule. I want you to absorb it into your souls. The quickest way to make actual Australians hate your ever-loving guts is by messing with Australian wildlife. Any Aussie, even if they're like a bit naughty, will have such a problem with you messing with any of our animals. Just don't do it.
You mess with your own animals. You mess with your own wildlife. Let's not forget that you brought in an invasive frog, an invasive toad, to deal with an insect, and now the toad didn't deal with the insect, and now you're essentially cooked.
Be respectful of the animals, and Aussies will be fine with you. For the most part. Also littering. That makes Australians really mad. Don't litter. A French influencer called something annoying, I'm sure, was recently sentenced to 6 months in prison for pretending to inject random people with a syringe. I obviously don't need to tell you why this is a massive problem.
Why? Why would you do this? How's it going? Hi Nimbus, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Why would you do this?
Obviously, this is so beyond not funny. There's actually sort of another genre of video that I've seen like this, these prank kind of videos where people will throw flour or water or some other completely benign substance in someone.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Until you throw something at someone that's allergic to it. Until then.
Face, but those people react so afraid when it happens to them because how do they know that someone didn't just throw acid at them or some other caustic substance or something like that? It's just, it makes me really mad. There was one video that I was thinking of that I wanted to show you all, but I couldn't find it, but I commented on it when it came up on my feed on Instagram, and I said, like, this is not funny at all, and all these people responded to me telling me to get a sense of humor, and I can't help.
Of course it's not funny. It's not funny at all. Look, read my comment. Why are you letting this black man abuse me? Because it's funny.
But think they are stupid and wrong and awful, and I am correct. And you know, the worst part about traumatizing people for views and pranking people like this for views is that doing crappy things to other human beings gets rewarded on social media with amplification and likes and comments and views, and other people then also doing the same behaviors, it just makes me mad. I hate the fact that people can build entire careers on being horrible, horrible human beings out in the world to other human beings, and apparently all of this is what the algorithm favors. So we are so screwed. Back in June 2025, another American influencer was charged with a...
What did he put over himself? He didn't just take a shit bath, didn't he? Doing good. Just lurking because I'm at work. Ah, okay, okay. What did he just, like, cover himself with? Did he just take how do you call this? A poop bath? Did he do... What is he covered in? Also, where is this? This is some restaurant, that's for sure.
Series of pranks, I'm doing pranks with little quote marks here for all of you that you can't see, where he threw food around people's homes and in restaurants. In one video, it shows this imbecile person pouring a bucket of beans over his head and onto the floor of a restaurant.
Beans. What a waste of food. Beans.
Forcing the owners to close early to clean up the mess. Another video shows him pouring a huge container of egg yolks on his head outside of Ralph's.
What is this waste of food? This is such a This is such a waste of food. This is such a waste of food. And yes, my cats are fighting. They're very stressed today again. You know, cats are like this. Yeah, Pokey built a career of being a meanie. I am not mean. I am not mean. Beans, Pokey. Beans! Mr. Beans.
Famous Italian ices. This complete bag of smashed buttholes also convinced nice people to let him use their bathrooms, and then when he got in their houses, he also did something similar and made a huge mess. What the hell? And don't get me wrong, guys, not all influencers are doing things like this. Others are just straight up giving people body dysmorphia. Let's take a look at Looksmaxes and Clavicula, for example. Clavicula, who...
You mean Jailvicula? He's gonna lose quite his ability to mock people if he actually gets charged. Yeah, this man is it's kind of hilarious, right? It's kind of hilarious, right? Because like all this man really achieves, right? All this man really achieves is he's just hanging around whores. He's just doing drugs and hanging around whores, and that's it. That's right. If you saw the video of him like flailing like a Magikarp on the floor because of like drug usage.
Fun fact, is known in my household as Claviclor because I had no idea what his screen name was, and that's what came to mind the first time I said it, so that's how he's known now. His real name is Braden Peters, and he's a 20-year-old streamer who has become the face of the looksmaxing movement. Lucky him. He promotes things like bone smashing, like literally using a hammer to smash his own face to create microfractures, hoping that the bones heal back sharper and more chiseled, although that's not how bones work, but okay.
My mom used to take these away when I was growing up because I was...
And mom was correct. I wonder how mom feels knowing her son is soon possibly going to jail. Who knows? No, you should not. I will stop you.
I was always bone smashing.
He's apparently been injecting steroids since his teen years, which he admits has left him infertile, smoking crystal meth to suppress his appetite.
His legacy is just having whores, and that's it. That's this whole man's legacy. That's so interesting.
And hollow out his cheeks, as you do, and experimenting with peptides and planning major surgeries like double jaw reconstruction. Okay.
Dude, I was the best looking when I was doing the most drugs. So I don't know what you're talking about. All the return to prime clav. That's when I was doing meth literally every day.
If you don't use drugs, you can just about be anything you want to be.
He even landed in hospital very recently after a suspected overdose on one of his live streams, and then immediately bounced right back to everything. And if you don't think that people like Claviclaw over here are having an impact on young people, let me assure you that he is. Which is why parents are now starting to freak out about their own children hitting themselves in the face with garage tools. While I was...
You know, it's interesting, because, right? There's no chance. There is no chance, this, right? To change these people's minds. They're like, oh, you're ugly, so your opinion doesn't matter. So, like, there's not even any point in arguing with, quote-unquote, look smackers, because, like, they don't, he's infertile. Yep. This man, according to him, he cannot have babies, so it won't matter for long. To be fair, this guy's gonna be gone in a few years, probably. Right? Because, like, just like Tate is gone, essentially, right? It's just normal.
Collecting Claviclaw clips, I also happened upon the Crymaxing, the act of crying on purpose so that you can collect your salty tears and then rub them into your hair like some kind of natural sea salt spray.
So the thing people don't know about Crymaxing is like you actually have salt in your tears. So what I do is I take the tears and I put it in my hair and it's almost like sea salt spray. It's not fucking...
Mental illness, chat. Mental illness. This is what it does. I feel like looks maxing is the highest form of nihilism, one of the highest forms of nihilism, or one of the worst results of nihilism. Because if there's like nothing that matters to you except now your own looks, and that's the most important thing in your life, then we have reached the absolute depths of nihilism. Right? That's a most important reason for existing. Terrible. Are Americans actually dumb? These certainly are. I thought you meant he'll be gone. Oh, he will be gone soon as well. If he continues the route he does, if he continues down that route, he's gonna be gone.
Funny stuff.
That's it. That's too much internet. We need to bomb the data centers. I think you can also just go to the shop and buy some sea salt hairspray or something. I just want to do some T-maxing, you know, like I put it on my fingertips and then I put it in my butthole and then it just makes me, it like rejuvenates me from the inside out, you know? I'm still going to drink this, of course. My hands are clean. I don't usually put my fingers in orifices. I mean, look, I get it. This is probably a joke. I hope it's a joke. If it's not a joke, I have questions. But these people are such weirdos that it's actually getting really hard to tell. I really do think that the looks maxing movement and the influences associated with it are quite interesting because this really is just body dysmorphia with a really, you know, a fancier name.
It's more like mouse utopia, right? We watched a video on the mouse utopia. Anybody remember the beautiful ones? Remember the beautiful ones, right? The mice who only cared about their looks and nothing else? Maybe we are the mouse utopia, chat. We are. Focus maxing, indeed. I am.
And I do think in a lot of ways it kind of mirrors the same thing that we see on skinny talk and fat acceptance talk. It's just... It's almost like orthorexia. It's taking things a little bit too far. Yes, you should diet and exercise and be nice to your body and try to look nice if that's what you want to do, but I'm not so sure about some of the ways that we're achieving this. This generation of boys should be lifting weights and eating properly and living normal lives, but instead they're stuck here measuring their mandibles and smashing their skulls and injecting God knows what into their faces, all because clout-chasing influencers turned mental illness.
What on earth are you doing even? Like, what on earth are you even doing with this? What are they doing? Yes, but it's true, right? Looks maxing started out as something that was actually quite reasonable, you know? You know, get a good diet, right? Eating well, working out, right? The usual stuff that you would normally have, right? The usual stuff. However, that's not what it is anymore, right? It's now become smash your face with a hammer, get leg lengthening surgery, right? Get What else? Face surgery. Just pump a bunch of Ozempic inside of you. You get the idea. A bunch of crazy stuff.
This into a marketable content strategy.
Find the zygote and then go right under it. And you want to go down your face. Ooh, that feels good. And then do it on both sides. And then blend it. But there's another trick after this that you got to do. So once you do this, this adds facial angularity. Like you'll see on camera, just kind of like adds a shadow, and then come above that with something that's shiny, and it actually emphasizes it even more. So I got this blush, it's shiny. Put this on, and then watch this.
Dropping the soap maxing, gay maxing, F-word maxing. That's what bro is doing. It's like crazy, right? They're not even doing this for the validation of other women, right? They're not doing this to be like attractive to women. See, looks maxers are the gayest men on the planet. You want to know why? Because they're doing this for the validation of other men. Anyways, moving on. You get the idea. Jumping up and down on it.
Watch this. Put it all on the nasolabial fold area. There you go. That's like the coloring and the angularity at once. Pretty mog in it. Pretty mog.
You don't want to be like this. This is disgusting. This is awful in every way. If I could kill it, I would.
What's so bizarre about not only looks maxes, but just so many of these new aged influencers too, is that they feel a need to live stream every waking minute of their day from dawn till dusk. They're telling us what they're doing. They're sharing everything about their lives with us. And there's something about that that's just very unhealthy. Their audiences are also wildly dedicated to them, and perhaps the weird part about that is that many of these people are children, and they have access to all of this, and access to other platforms, like Twitch.
Well, yes, of course, the young men are consuming this stuff, right? It makes sense. Looks maxing now is like that one guy that apologized for creating the most evil thing imaginable. Pop-up ads. Exactly. Nah, it's just not, right? It's just evolved into something worse. That's because we all have become more superficial over the years, right? And now looks are the most important thing. Money is the most important thing, right? Duck, you are gay. You jump up and down that thing. So klang das aber nicht letzte Nacht. Anyways. Someone's why does Poke hate us? He doesn't. He's just a tsundere. Yeah, I'm a tsundere. It's not like I like you guys or anything.
Which apparently doesn't stop the likes of influencer.
Oh no, it's Mork Pie. It's her. Hell, it's hell. It's interesting, right? When she's without makeup, she has a significantly longer face. I don't know what it is.
Morg Pie, whom I have honestly never heard of before making this video, from doing kink stuff. Kink stuff, yeah, on live stream. Okay.
One sec. Place. Good. Good. Okay, where were we?
Is this a GIMP? What is going on here? I actually think an entire area of influencers.
This is Twitch. This is Twitch. They shapeshift. Indeed. This is Twitch. This is what Twitch has. This is the image of Twitch, by the way, now. This is the image of Twitch. By the way, 13-year-olds are allowed on this website, by the way. If you didn't know, now you do. 13-year-olds are allowed on this website.
Those that nobody talks about are those who proudly display their kink and fetish interests on mainstream platforms now. Also out in the real world as well, of course. Especially people who wear collars and do sort of puppy play stuff out in the world. I would like for you not to do that. Nobody And I mean, nobody wants to see this. And more importantly, you should know that this belongs in your own home, behind closed doors, with the lights off. But like I said, the age of influencers has taught young people that the rest of humanity should have access.
Oh, look, extra Emily, extra annoying. Look at her. Look at her. Yeah, by the way, she's like, she has like perfectly curated this like online persona of her being like super sweet and nice. But people in private have said that she's actually not that, and she's kind of a dickhead anyways.
To all the weird crap that you do and think and feel every waking minute of the day. And if someone shows up and God forbid tells you to stop, apparently that person is the one at fault. And for some absolutely crazy reason that is inexplicable to me, this also extends to the medical industry. I am alarmed. I'm sure you've all seen the videos of wannabe influencer nurses and doctors dancing and mucking around in hospitals or other health practices. But some of this has been taken to the nth degree. I found a story about a TikTok doctor. This is really disturbing.
That's a short little Asian lady. Indeed. She looks extra short, but that's only because the other one is more further in the front. What is this? We'll work hard and deserve fun when the work is done. But I don't like fun.
I found a story about a TikTok doctor called Windle Butte, or Boot, I'm not sure how to pronounce her name, once again, sorry, I'm so bad at names, who, while performing actual surgeries on real-life human beings, was filming herself dancing and lip-syncing. Her team was dancing and lip-syncing, all while patients were sedated on the operating table. This is horrifying. She often held scalpels and other surgical instruments, sometimes without.
I will never get a surgery. I would rather die. I would rather die. They're emoting on my death. They're emoting while the patient is dying on the table. They are emoting.
Gloves or masks over partially exposed patients. This, of course, got her license suspended because, thankfully, I guess here logic prevails. But she argued that, oh my god, this is crazy. She argued that all of her patients were consenting to these events. It's so funny. Obviously, I wrote this. I wrote my own script, but...
When? When were they consenting? While they were laying on the operation table or something? When were they consenting? When? When did this happen? When did they? When?
Rereading it out loud for all of you, I'm reading this again and going, what is happening? Since going viral and being suspended, this doctor has been sued for malpractice, alleging negligence and messed up procedures, infections, disfigurement, and so on. Recent news from 2024 and 2025 even outline how she gave one patient brain damage through her cosmetic procedure, and how she also illegally started practicing medicine again in Texas in 2024. I think we need to have some better, standards for medical staff here, guys. How?
Yeah, she gives you brain damage, and you get brain damage, and she's just emoting on you. Yeah, that's great. That's wonderful, right? You've received brain damage. I've received funny video. Look, you are no fun. I'm gonna put you on the table.
How did this woman get hired again? What should deeply and inherently alarm most of you, if not all of you, is the fact that this is not the first doctor who's done something like this, and this is not the first doctor who's been arrested and been disciplined for doing things like this to patients. Nothing is safe. Nothing is sacred. So I think what I've shown you so far is pretty bad, pretty unawe-inspiring. But one of the things that I find very concerning about this age of new influencers is how much it's all affecting children. And I know that in every era, for whatever reason, we've had someone somewhere saying that it's going to affect the kids, be it video games or violent shows or whatever. But in this case, it really is affecting the kids, and they really are mirroring what they're seeing online. I don't love showing children in videos for what I hope are obvious reasons, but here you can see this little...
Oh, well, that's not too fun. Somebody's dying.
kid slashing a jumping castle while someone else films him and other people are inside. I feel like this child should be on a list. Maybe? There's also this clip where a child is behind the camera, he sounds very young, and he got caught stealing alcohol, I think from what I read, and immediately jumped on a live stream to film the officers and swear at them and berate them and call them the N-word. He's talking about showing them on his live stream and how he's gonna smack the hell out of them. I'm obviously toning down the language, but you get the idea.
What the fuck? Why? Why would you do this? Bro, shut down TikTok. I think if you shut down TikTok, that would solve a lot of problems. Too bad this is not on TikTok. Is this Instagram? This might be Instagram.
Man, stop playing with me, bro. Bro, you want scrap? Do you want scrap? Do you want me to turn my live on the other camera so we can box? And I'm gonna beat the shit out of you with 140 views on my shit.
What the heck? I remember being in those jumping castles. I'm gonna die. Yep. That is horrible. Bro, why they are not raising their kids. They're just not raising their kids. They just aren't. People are not raising their kids. Why is this little wait. Facebook, actually. Wait, Facebook has a live feature? That's interesting.
Nigga, cause my shit busting, nigga.
He does eventually turn the camera around so that we can see what he looks like, and there's a joke in there. But I will not be making it. Now, while a ton of this behavior obviously results in legal consequences, as I've described already, the unfortunate thing is that some of it also results in fatalities and loss of life. There is such little regard for life right now, as long as someone is able to get the reinforcement that they want on social media. Like the child slashing the jumping castle isn't thinking about how it's going to hurt the kids that are actually in there. And the insane doctor isn't thinking about maybe killing her patients, which is horrifying, but all they care about is the dopamine rush from posting the video on the internet. This is probably pretty obvious, but some of these pranks result in death, and they have been resulting in death for quite some time. In 2021, 2 Canadian influencers were arrested for pretending to rob a bank and getting an Uber driver held at...
Yeah, there was also a case where somebody got pranked and then just pulled the gun and then the trigger on somebody else because he felt threatened. Yeah, anyways, you get the idea. This is how Poker Jr. will be like, nope, my children will be good children. They will be nice and good and friendly and well-raised. That's all there is to it. Nah,
gunpoint by police when they called him as their getaway vehicle, but he had no idea what was happening, and this could have ended so badly if he'd done anything differently. In another 2021 prank, again prank with quotes, a YouTuber was shot and killed when he pretended to rob some people in Nashville with knives. What is wrong with this generation? In late 2025, a 17-year-old was killed and another young man was grievously injured when a group of boys participated in a TikTok trend that involved riding the top of a folding table tied to the back of a car. I'm showing you a still of this video because I am absolutely positive that YouTube will not allow me to put the actual video on this platform. In February 2026, just a few months ago now, it was reported that a Colombian influencer drowned after he performed a stunt jumping off a bridge into a river.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Remember the one chick that was pranking a homeless woman, and this homeless woman jumped into the water for money? Problem was she couldn't swim, and this chick also didn't help her. Anyways, whoop their ass if they act like this. Nuh-uh. Arsh. Anyways, yeah.
Video, he tells the camera in Spanish, "See you later," and then he jumps, and as he's trying to swim to the riverbank,
he wasn't seen again, indeed. That "see you later" never came to pass.
He's just swept away by the current. The absolute wild thing is that influencers getting themselves killed in either the stupidest ways humanly possible, self-deleting, or being murdered is so prevalent that it even led to a slew of articles in late 2025 asking why so many of them are dying. I think that's sort of obvious there, Steven. As we get more and more and more online, although I think we're already pretty much there, the world of
why are influencers dying? I'd call it natural. selection. It is natural selection at its finest. It always has been. It always will be. It is.
Influencing is just going to continue to expand. We're going to have more people on all of these social media platforms trying their hand at infamy and virality and their 15 minutes of fame. One of my personal biggest problems with social media is the fact that insanity and extreme behavior is rewarded by the algorithm. People want to watch the car crash, and I know that humanity has probably always been like this, but in large part it means that in podcast land, meaningful discussions and debates have fallen by the wayside in exchange for screaming at each other and conflict and whatnot. In the world of influencing, cute people with their cute followings and their cute presence on the internet is falling by the wayside because that just doesn't generate as much interaction as they would hope. And what is replacing all of this is extremism and radicalism and crazy behavior and extreme behavior that, like I said, is leading to loss of life and injuries and just generally disrupting the lives of others. Without any guardrails, with so many parents not doing any meaningful parenting with their children and teaching them not to do these type of things, like I said, we're just going to see more and more and more of this. And I'm positive that in the not too distant future, I'm probably going to be talking to you once again about this next level of craziness that comes out of this next.
Oh, it won't take that long, I think. It won't take that long. Eventually, right? Darwinism. Yep, survival of the fittest. Natural selection. I think it won't take that long until the next weirdo trend starts, and then we're just gonna have the new problem, right? That's just how it is, right? That's the internet, right? It always gets worse. It always gets worse. The people find always a new thing to farm views off. It's a natural progression
Generation of influencers who are coming down the pipeline. In the end, I do find it quite sad and disappointing that this is the current ecosystem of the online space, but like I've mentioned, as long as you have people being rewarded for this kind of behavior, they will be incentivized to continue to act this way. So I guess the rest of us are probably just going to have to stand here watching from the sidelines and let everybody else fight for their spot at the top of the idiot pyramid. Now on that note, and before I open the floor to all of you, this is just a reminder, check out Incogni using the link in the description. This is actually such a massive, pervasive issue, the issue of data brokers and whatnot. So I really super encourage you to go and check out Incogni. And if this is something that you are concerned about, absolutely sign up, make an account. I promise you won't regret it. Now I open the floor to all of you. What do you all think? What do you make of the influencers? Tell me, do you love them? Do you hate them? Do you wish that they just go away? Do you think that there's probably
Yeah, that's pretty much the end of the video. I already said enough, I think. I did indeed say enough. It's actually incredibly simple. It is indeed incredibly simple. Shame them. Shame them, ban them, make the platforms hold the platforms also accountable in getting rid of these people. And maybe we shall acquire freedom from these men and women. That's all there is to it, really. There's all there is to it. Clavicula is in court and got mogged by the judge, and yeah, we'll see what happens to this man. That's a first good sign, at least. So that's a first good sign. Anyways, horrible. These people are horrible. That's all there's to say. Wonderful. All right. I need water. I need water. Also, why is Croco complaining? I already said I won't do that many uploads a day anyways, so it's not that deep if I do a few longer ones. It doesn't matter. It won't matter. It doesn't matter. Anyways, where's that vid? Let me click something so I can touch that thing. Oh, let's see it. Okay, let me first of all remove that video because we don't need it anymore, and let me remove that video because we don't need it anymore. Perfect. Anyways, I'm not complaining. Yes, you are. You are complaining. You want to be spoiled like a little kiddo, and that's that. You are indeed complaining. I have proof. It's in chat. Anyways. We'll do this one now. The worst animated movies and shows Iceberg Explained by Fox Akimbo. I think I am familiar with this name. I could be wrong with the channel name. I think I am familiar. Anyways, we'll go in. Let's see the worst animated movies and shows. And yeah. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And we shall be going in. We will go in.
Okay, I've spoken about animation on this channel a few times now, and I've frequently discussed some of the best that animation has to offer. I've never really gone into the worst it has though, and believe you me, there is some real shit in here. Now, while most genres or categories have good movies and a few bad, animation really does take this to the extreme. For every Spider-Verse you have an Emoji Movie, for every Last Airbender you have a Cars 2, and in this video, I'm going to be going down the rabbit hole to find the stupidest, the laziest, and the worst that animation has to offer. Shout out to Semideus for creating this iceberg, and without further ado, this is the Bad Animation Iceberg Explained. Up first we have the Emoji Movie.
Why did you need to get this close? We do not need ear grape. Anyways. It's interesting, right? The Emoji Movie. It's so interesting that that abomination exists, right? I just don't know why. And then he has the nerve to say, I'm your favorite. I doubt that. Bro gets like 3 or 4 videos per stream, and then he complains about it. Which is like crazy. He gets the most videos out of everyone.
I think I've spoken about the Emoji Movie before. Yeah, I did a little bit in my cancelled movies iceberg. There's no defending this film. It's the definition of raking in on trends. I mean, it's a movie based on the faces you send in a text that gives context behind a message. Why did there have to be a 90-minute film about it? If you haven't seen the Emoji Movie, don't...
I haven't seen... Well, there's literally shit in there. I haven't seen it. I will not see it. I will not watch it. No, you should also not watch it. Don't. Just don't. Just don't. Just fucking don't. Right? It's just like... I don't know, man. I don't know. What is even the plot?
Don't bother, don't let them win. What's mad though is that Sony went from creating one of the worst animated movies, if not just movies full stop of all time with the Emoji Movie, to one of the best animated movies with Spider-Verse the very next year. It's an inexcusable cash grab, but everyone knows the Emoji Movie, so I'm just going to move on. Killer Bean is perhaps the best animated movie ever made. I have no idea why it's on this list. The movie starts off with a 2-minute unexplained
Why is this bean breakdancing? What is this? Why is I just know this from memes, by the way. And apparently there's supposed to be a game released as well.
Dance sequence, and it only gets better. The animation is actually kind of fluid, and the premise is essentially John Wick. I think in the tags they call him Keanu Reeves or something. The fact that these beans are just running around spouting out badass one-liners and kicking ass is hilarious, and even though the character designs are a bit shit, overall, I'd very much recommend Killer Bean as a movie to watch with your friends after a couple of beers if you're of legal drinking age. This movie is a real experience, I'll give you that. I mean, look at these glorious reviews.
A true masterpiece, an inspiring piece of cinema. This movie is an overall epic and awesome movie. I'll try not to give any spoilers, but dude, this is epic. This movie honestly changed my life, and I now see things differently ever since I was a boy. I dreamed of whatever. Even better than John Wick 3. This film is truly a masterpiece in all regards. Action, perfect dialogue, perfect animation, top notch. This piece is a must see. This movie's director, Jeff Liu, helped pass all the amendments and helped write the Constitution. A movie beloved to all audience members. This movie is a true masterpiece to the public. I don't know how some people disliked because this movie truly floats my boat. Why? Start to finish, moister than an oyster. Very deep emotional story. Moister than an oyster is great. That's great. Wait, the name is Moisten My Nips. That's crazy. Moister than an oyster.
My favourite parts of the movie is when, you know, a being gets knocked out or dies and their body just turns to ragdoll physics and they just fly all over the place. I mean, when you're thinking of film as an art form, you have Citizen Kane, Casablanca, The Godfather, Killer Bean. See, it works. Food Fight might just go down as the worst flop at the box office of all time. I haven't seen the movie in full, but I've seen reviews of it, and all I have to say is, what the f***?
Why do these characters act like they're in, right? Why do these characters act like they're actually humans moving around? They don't look like animation. Is that Mr. Clean in the background? That is Mr. Clean in the background.
Why wasn't this cancelled? I mean, the entire thing looks like storyboard art, but so much worse. The CG is simply awful. And a warning to aspiring animators, if you don't have the budget or the ability, don't make a CG animated movie. They look terrible. Just go 2D animated, just draw it in, because at least it won't look cheap. The entire thing looked rushed. Charlie Sheen was in the cast. The production cost upwards of 100 million with advertisements included.
100 million for this? 100 fucking million for this? Are you actually telling me 100 million for this? No, wait, you gotta be shitting me. Box office was 73,000. In fairness, this thing probably wasn't getting advertised very much. 45 to 65 million is crazy.
Sure, they spent 100 million on what could have been spent on feeding the hungry, getting the homeless off the streets, or improving infrastructure, and instead we got Food Fight. They made about 73 grand back. I mean, what is this? Christopher Lloyd was trolling for sure. It's notoriously shit. The Annoying Orange Show is just another example of studio executives not knowing anything about young people. Future Cartoon Network CEOs, I tell you now, what works on a 5-minute YouTube video, surprisingly, might not work in a 20-minute episode of a network television show built in with story arcs and plot development. The Annoying Orange Show ran for one season back in 2012 to a horrendous reception. The reviews were awful, the concept was annoying, the entire thing had such a low budget production.
The concept was annoying. Annoying Orange, big guy. What did you expect? What did you expect?
Value weirdly lower than the YouTube videos that they made. I mean, and you know parents that won't let their children watch certain shows in fear that it might impact their development. Well, this show is a prime example.
You've heard people, but like I know people that believed that SpongeBob was turning kids gay. Yep, my parents are such people. My mom's such a person who said, "Yeah, stop watching SpongeBob. It makes you gay."
I say watch 5 minutes of this and your IQ is going to drop at least 10 points. And I know I might not be the first to say this, but the Annoying Orange, yeah, still going on. They ran out of food to kill, and so now they just do this. I mean, what is this? The problem solvers.
Didn't the guy that created become trans as well? If I'm not unaware, but if I'm not wrong, but I think I'm aware of that. I think that is right. I think I could be wrong, but I thought that was the case.
Also known as the ugliest cartoon ever conceived. Even without delving into the content of this show, which is just as awful, this series would want to make me claw my eyes out after 2 minutes.
Is this just poop? Is this just poop? This dude's just poop. Nothing else. Just a poop boy. This man's shit. Literally.
No child should watch this shit. Okay, let's put awful looks aside and have a glance at some of the log lines for each episode. We have classic, intriguing concepts such as Horace, Alfie, and Rober try to destroy a giant rollerblade that appeared in their yard, but eventually end up getting lost in the forest. Mermaid raid. The problem solvers must free a captive mermaid from a gang of unruly porpoises. What is
Porpoises? What? You would love this? Probably. A little bit of brain rot, why not?
that word? What kind of child is meant to know what that means? Porpoises? But there's just one catch. Alfie is terrified of the water. And my personal favourite, the problem solvers wake up to discover a problem. Everything in Farnborough seems to be different. Awful concept, awful show from start to finish. It is insufferable. If you watch my Pixar Ranked, you would know that Ratatouille is my all-time favourite Pixar film. And that's why it brings me great pain to
Ratatouille! Rata fucking doing, huh? Wow. The budget. We have Ratatouille at home. Ratatouille at home.
even diverge my eyes towards this cash grab abomination. I mean, what can I say about Ratatouille, right? At least it's short. At only 44 minutes, it's neither the length of a short film nor as long as a feature film. Brought to you by the same people who made Little Panda Fighter, Ratatouille was simply made to capitalise on grandparents who heard their child liked Ratatouille and mistook it for a timeless classic. The character designs are awful, the lips aren't even synced with the voices half the time, the characters are beyond forgettable, the dialogue is hokey, it deserves no praise, it's lazy filmmaking.
Ratatouille is hilarious, bro. This is what Poker watches. Indeed not. Indeed, I don't even watch that much. Indeed not. I wouldn't watch Ratatouille. Pretty sure.
So lazy. So lazy. I cannot describe how lazy this is. If you want a good low budget parody film, and this is going to be my stamp of approval, watch The Spaghetti Man, available on Amazon Prime, at least it is in the UK. It's about a man who gains superpowers after he eats a bowl of radioactive spaghetti. Sounds stupid, but I would rather watch that 10 times.
Absolute cinema. I don't see a problem. Why not? I'd watch that. I'd indeed watch that. Why not? Why wouldn't you want to eat spaghetti? Why not?
Than Ratatouille 1.
Radioactive, by the way.
As a Ratatouille superfan, this movie personally offends me to my core. It's awful, it's lazy, it's despicable. It's an awful, awful movie. What's up? I'm going to be honest with you. I have not and I will not watch this movie because what the actual can I say about this? I refuse to waste 40 minutes of my life on this piece of shit. The same things I said about Ratatouille apply. It's the same company trying to trick people who don't know any better with a similar name and cover art to Pixar or DreamWorks classic movies that took time, dedication, and effort. These horrible 3D animations are just crap in every aspect. I can't say a...
What the fuck is that? Is that a bean? Are those three beans? Is that a red bean, a green bean, and an orange bean? Is that a bean?
Single good thing about any of them because they're just
or frogs, toads, whatever.
Trying to make a quick buck by creating the lowest quality movie imaginable. And I actually said movie out loud. This isn't a movie. It doesn't deserve that name. I'll call them disasters. They create the lowest quality.
We have this. Is this the guy from Up? Is this the old man from Up?
Disaster possible, and they've probably made a few bucks from it because they're cult classics now, and it's shameless. It's capitalizing on people that have actually put hard work and dedication into their craft and trying to trick people into watching your piece of shit. I said enough about it. I'm gonna move on. Joshua and the Promised Land. These visuals on this video are just going to be
well, that's rather terrifying. Why is this a cat? Or a horse? Or what is this? That's a little too realistic face.
Scene. This is going to be a psychedelic experience. This movie is I mean I don't even know what it's meant to be, to be honest. The fact that this cost $350,000 to make.
They paid that most money probably went to the voice actors, right? They probably got some popular voice actor on there. Right?
is a joke. The characters' mouths don't even move. Everyone looks weirdly naked, and this purple cat narrator is... I mean, this movie is a madman's dream. Who greenlit this? Who watched through this movie and went, yeah, let's release this one? The lessons they try and get across are awful. Quote, okay, and I mean this is an actual line from the movie. Quote, listen, Joshua, sometimes a no means maybe, but when it comes from God, no means no, capiche? Like, what? No means maybe? At its heart, this is a...
Well, technically, some women, unfortunately, do think no means maybe because, they say no, but they actually just want you to try harder. Which is, by the way, men, that is a trap. If a woman says no, you stay away. And if she wants you to try harder, you stay double away. Anyways.
Religious movie, and while there's a way to bring across religious themes and ideas to a movie that doesn't feel overly forced and out of place, Joshua and the Promised Land does none of that. I mean, it's kind of in the name, right? If you watch this movie, you kind of know that it's going to be a religious film. It's just too on the nose. I feel like it's just not good. It's just plain not good. Don't watch it. Avoid it like the plague. Rap City kids believe in Santa. I don't even know if I can call this an animated movie, because to be called an animated movie, there has to be some sort of animation, right? It doesn't look as animated as...
Do they just slide across? Do they just slide across? Is this like how do you say this? Is this like a Garo grass slide situation? Just saying.
As it does, like, these characters and objects around them are just having seizures for 42 minutes. There's a lot of stuff in here that is just copy and pasted from the internet, and they just kind of stop motion it so that it moves. I mean, this film is the worst Christmas drug trip ever experienced. The characters don't blink very often, if at all. When they do, it's creepy. The voice acting might be some of the most stiff I've heard. But, having said that, and I'm probably going to get a bit of hate for this, I feel like there was actually a little bit of work put in here. At least it rhymed in a few parts, like a lot of Christmas movies do. Having said that, though, they try and rhyme a few times and fail horribly, so not every rhyme is perfect. There are a few song numbers throughout that don't want me to chop off my ears, even though a few of them are hot ass. And the protagonist is the slightest bit likable, I guess. That's really all the good stuff I can say. It's, again, mercifully short at only 42 minutes, because imagine this shit being 90 minutes. I mean, this might be one of the worst animated of the lot so far, but I'll give it a...
Might be. Yeah. Also, it just looks a bit weird. It just looks... To be fair, the other one before that looks a bit uncanny, right? So I guess the one before that was worse. This is not as bad.
At least there are some very, very small silver linings throughout. The Nut Shack is the most annoying adult animated show I have ever had the displeasure.
He has balds on his face. He just straight up has balds on his face. That's straight up balds. That's just... That is just straight up balds on his face.
Of watching a single episode of. No adults would laugh at this. Only 11-year-olds that want to be edgy. Everyone is a stereotype to the max, and it's infuriating to watch any character even open their poorly animated mouths. Let's just take a listen to the intro, and you might get a little glimpse of how annoying this show is.
It's the Nut Shack. It's the Nut Shack. It's the Nut Shack. It's the Nut Shack.
It's like that for most of the intro.
I'm definitely getting copyrighted. Dickman! Dickman.
Intro, followed by a rap about crass on the nose.
Why? Why would you do this? Why would you do this?
Bullshit, followed by more It's the Nut Shack. This show has the least subtext I have ever seen. I mean, the sound mixing is awful. A lot of the time I can't even hear what the characters are saying over the sound effects or background. It looks like something out of a porn website advertisement. I still can't get over how annoying the voice acting and the writing is. This show is so absolutely infuriating to me. Avoid it like the plague and go watch South Park instead. The Samsonizades is the Georgian ripoff of The Simpsons. Now, there's a lot to digest here. First off, how dare you rip off The Simpsons? Also, you did it in CGI, even though we both know that you never actually had the...
That's just The Simpsons! That is legit just The Simpsons. That's legit just The Simpsons. They got it down to the skin color of the characters, right? They got the art style is essentially almost the same. What is this? What is this? What am I looking at? The Simpsons on Wish. That's all there is to it. It is. It is. You have the Simpsons at home. The Simpsons at home. Literally a bootleg. A literal bootleg.
Capabilities to pull this off, like every other CGI entry here. Additionally, if by some miracle you're watching this, Samsung Aids creators, I'm going to tell you a little secret, right? Each episode of yours averages around 20 minutes, and that's being kind of generous. Your intro is 1.5 minutes, meaning that at a generous estimation, 7% of your show is the introduction, if not more. This thing is an abomination. It looks more like it was made on Microsoft Paint than in some sort of weird CG animated studio.
What the fuck? Look at him, he's mogging. Look at that jawline. He's mogging us. Also, was that in the background? Who was it? There were some actors in the background. Anyways.
Character designs are so ugly, and for some reason Bart and Lisa...
Was it Tom Cruise with a big fucking nose?
...are much older than 8 and 10. There are no words to explain how much my mind just tells me to move on, because this thing legitimately pisses me off. It's ugly, unoriginal, and unneeded. So let's just move. Squirrel and Hedgehog, released under the name Brave Soldiers in English. Now, you might be wondering why this might be so far down on the iceberg. You know, the animation seems decent, the character designs are fine. Well, my friends, Squirrel and Hedgehog is North Korean propaganda. I mean, I feel so...
I see no problem. Absolute cinema, then. Absolute sin. You just don't understand the chubby Korean man. You just don't understand it. He was even crying so that his women would make more babies. He was crying. That's worth something.
So bad for the poor North Korean children that are subjected to watch this as their only form of entertainment. Because it's propaganda, no wonder they're brainwashed. They do it to their children from the earliest of ages. And, you know, a lot of young boys in the West like playing with toy soldiers out in the garden. But this is pure propaganda, designed to make upcoming generations hate North Korea's enemies. I'm surprised that it got a Western dub, to be fair, and perhaps that makes the West know better, but I don't know. I don't think it was very successful over here. I don't know why it got a Western dub. I mean, I don't know. I have no clue who took a North Korean show and was like, oh yeah, we need to make that for American audiences. But it's just kind of sad overall that a bunch of North Korean children are raised to hate Western ideology over cartoon propaganda that's directed at 5-year-olds. Postman Pat the movie. Now, most of my audience is comprised of Americans, and so I have to ask American viewers, do you know who Postman Pat is? He's quite a big children's character over in England, but I don't think he has the international appeal. Basically, he's a postman, and I mean, that's probably about it.
Why does the art style does look familiar? The art style looked familiar. Why does it look familiar? Is the creator of this character also working on other things? I don't know. It looks familiar.
I guess he has a black and white cat. I'm wondering why he was actually at any point so popular over here. He delivered Post. The movie seems to be about him after he's won a singing competition and he can fly a helicopter and robots want to take over the world and there's a guy that seemingly wants to murder this simple postman. I mean, what can you say about it? And I mean, you have to ask why he still keeps his job as a postman if he's so talented at singing and flying helicopters. Also, the trailer gives away the true villain of the story as if it wasn't obvious.
For the love of the game, right? He just loves being a postman, right? Have you never been dedicated to a craft, even if it was useless? He's in it for the love of the game because he has fun. Let a man have fun. I mean, also the animation doesn't look horrible, right? Though the cat looks a bit odd, anyways.
unneeded, didn't need to be made, and there was no reason to beef up Postman Pat into a Mary Sue. The animation doesn't actually look half bad, but I just think it was unneeded. Go for a Punch is potentially fake, I guess, maybe? Its existence is unconfirmed as far as I'm aware, but if you didn't know, it's an allegedly very brutal anime from back in the 80s in which 9 schoolgirls are locked in a bathroom with no windows or doors and each die one by one in a very brutal fashion. The anime
saw the anime? Like, what else could this be? Of course it saw the anime.
could just be a creepypasta designed to scare you, and again, as far as I'm aware, there's never actually been any found footage of the show. Any footage that people claim to be found is just fake. Now, people that were interested in its legitimacy have banded together to create subreddits, r/Sasuke Sanobashi if you're interested, or r/Saskian no Batishtu. I don't know how to pronounce the words, but I'm going to link them in the description. But basically, they banded together to launch investigations to try and find out if it was ever actually made. Some of them have even like scoured on the dark.
This dude has done 53 videos on the topic. Funny, considering that, you know, more Pegasus did more videos on a certain man than like at least quadruple the amount. So anyways, that's fine. I'm interested. I guess it sounds interesting, but it probably doesn't exist. It probably doesn't exist.
Web to find this stuff. There have been hoaxes and fake clips designed to try and trick people, but again, as far as we know, if it does exist, it seems to be lost media. But yeah, regardless, if you're interested in trying to find out a little bit more about it, because it is quite an interesting concept, I'm going to link both Reddits in the description. Finally, we have the Me movie. How is it possible that this is yet
slated for 2020? When did this video release? When did this video release? 5 years ago. Thankfully, apparently we didn't get this. So I won't be complaining.
It's again the deepest down thing on an iceberg that I've covered. As I said in my cancelled movie Iceberg, which you should go watch after this, by the way, it's a good thing that this film never saw the light of day because it's Hollywood money grubbing at its finest, and any movie that's dedicated to memes will fail. Hollywood does not have a good track record with social media and the internet, and the fact that it was never made calms me at night. It soothes me to my core. That's it from me. Again, shout out to Senny Deus for making this iceberg. I've seen his name popping around the iceberg subreddit a few times, so I'm going to leave a link to his iceberg in the description if you want to find the original and look up any entries that I missed out for various reasons. If you're new and you enjoyed the content,
that's pretty much the end of the video. So, just to say, no, that would have been a good movie. Thankfully not. Thankfully, yeah, some of these were bad. So, like, Ratatouille was horrible. The one that is essentially a religions movie is quite interesting, right? Quite diabolical. But aside from that, I think, right, there were some stinkers in there, indeed. But nothing that's like really horrible, right? Like nothing that's like diabolical, like evil, whatever, right? Promoting weird shit or anything. So yeah, not probably these are probably not the worst, honestly. They're probably right, he can't really show like really diabolical shit here, right? Because this is YouTube. So there's that. Not bad, not bad, not bad. What are we doing now? What are we doing now? Let me see. Let me have a look-see. What are we doing? When I get banned? Let's see. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Cuties. That's not an animated movie. That's not an animated movie. That's just something horrible else. That is certainly not an animated movie. That's something else. That is indeed something else. Yeah, I say. Something else. That is something else. Indeed. And that's all. It's also an abomination, but it's something else. DMC show. How about no? How about no? I didn't. duck. What, Sumax? AI. Girls. You want the AI girls? Okay, but then I need to do a... Then I'll need to do the... Okay, we can do that, but I need to take a bathroom break first. Because it's a long video. And I will probably put it on speed up a little bit, because that's diabolical, okay? 40 minutes is crazy. Not that it matters, right? Because I have all my videos for the week, so it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, then I need to definitely take a bathroom break. I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm back. Okay. Okay. Well, then we're doing AI girls. Let's see it. Let's see it. Let's fucking see it, I guess. Anyways. Ank? So klang das auch nicht letzte Nacht. Da war was anderes. Anyways. Broke his SCP-9999 since he is a slime and he makes stomachs feel good. Indeed. Anyways. We'll go in. We'll go in. They. Anyways, they. Well, they are here, it seems, and they love you. Because they are AI, and they're designed to love you. Anyways, they. We're gonna look at this. Hold up. Hold up indeed. Okay, this works. The AI F-Girls era is here by Ribaldi. Yes, yes, it is indeed. It is indeed. I mean, first we just had AI girlfriends. Then we had, AI, we also have AI boyfriends. In fact, there's more AI boyfriends. That's more common than the AI girlfriends. And yes, I'm probably assuming it's essentially talking, right? He's going to be essentially talking, right? Ribaldi's essentially going to be talking about, right? Likely about these fake TikTok accounts, which I'm assuming, right? Because there's a bunch of those. If you didn't know, there's a bunch of those fake TikTok accounts with AI girls. Anyways, we'll go in. At least that's what I'm seeing here. That's what I'm assuming. Anyways, we'll go in. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. Thank you so much. Here we go.
They say behind every successful man is a woman. I say behind every AI woman.
AI woman is a successful man? I don't know. Well, if it does work, then he's probably making a little bit of bank, honestly. If it does work out, then he certainly does make a little bit of bank.
Woman is a man. A man perched over his laptop, typing away on his keyboard.
No, ChatGPT, I said big boobs. Bigger, make them bigger. No, bigger.
Sweetie, dinner's ready.
No, it's not. Dinner's still not ready.
I wanted to eat. Okay, he wanted to eat almost the way Soleil eats in her podcasts, where she shares.
AI content creator. Interesting. But this man can't make me happy. He's just a little man. I don't know about that one. There were different things.
Very valuable insights that would have never, occurred to you.
People think confidence is loud.
It isn't.
It isn't.
It isn't.
It isn't.
It isn't.
We talk about.
He's quiet.
Oh.
He's quiet.
Oh, he had a little bit of a fuck up here. It's a little bit of a fuck up here. It's a little bit of a fuck up here. Interesting. Well, again, are we surprised? Are we surprised? I think we are not surprised.
It's clarity. It's knowing who you are without needing to prove it.
Sorry. Confidence is being yourself. That means being American at the beginning of your podcast.
People think confidence is loud.
And Australian at the end.
It's knowing who you are.
It was part of the message, you guys.
Well, maybe she just transitioned, Nowadays you can transition into anything you want, so, why not from American to Australian? Or the reverse. I don't see a problem here.
It was part of the message. Glitch? What thinks it's a glitch? Not a glitch, part of the message. You're just not looking deep enough. You need to be exposed to more of her wisdom.
Present speaks before words. Calm is power.
Girl, you good?
And power doesn't chase.
You swallowed like something?
What happened to your voice?
I don't rush. What's meant to stay, waits.
Waits. If you're able to look past her multiple personality disorder voice, Tuesday she's...
Calm is power.
And then Wednesdays she's...
I don't rush.
It's what she says for me. Okay, it's just a bunch of buzzwords.
Are the power of what you choose to become, the hero of your story. That power is calm.
Yeah, it's how do you say this? What's the word? It's motivation slop. It is it's supposed to make you feel motivated, and then it makes you feel like you've actually done something, but actually like you didn't do shit. You just watch the video and make you feel good about yourself, right? It's that motivation slop. It's just like
It's under control definition of the high value of yourself.
Sounds a little corporate in a way where you just said a whole bunch of nothing. Thank you. Just words. But Soleil is an AI influencer built by a woman for women, supposedly. It's been sort of shoved in your face a few times on her Instagram. It's her unique...
That's definitely a man behind that. That is definitely, without a question, a man behind this. It's a dude. Yes, I did hear that, but, Letzte Nacht sagte sie, es ist ganz schön groß. Anyways.
Selling point. I say unique because very quick scroll through some of these profiles, and you can already tell whoever made these were not actually women. Boobs! But some of these guys took Hear Me Out way too far. I can't hear you out, my guy, over the size of this creature that you've created. And these manipulators, manufacturers of these AIF girls, they come in a wide array of specializations, okay? Whether it was an ex-boyfriend that decided to terrorize his girlfriend by creating an AIOF of her was a very honorable way to part ways, or the white guy that decided it was time he became...
Modern problems require modern solutions. Yo, if you gotta make a buck, you gotta make a buck. And I support these AI girlies in making money. I support them. Slay, girl. Slay, homie. It's your chance. Make some money.
A black supermodel, or the guy, plural, because this is now a career path that is essentially a digital pimp that is a creepy man that makes money off other creepy men by impersonating a hot girl. Oh, business!
Post high quality pics plus reels on multiple accounts. Yep, the smart thing. Just defeated an invader in Elden Ring. Hilarious. YouTube ads sucks nowadays. Why keep flooding me with gambling ads? We've got a gambler here. Let's go gambling.
Business venture. What do you do for a living?
I'm a digital pimp.
And this isn't even the final form, right? This isn't even its final form, right? This isn't even its full final form, right? This is entry level. This is beginner level still, right? We're not there yet, right? We're not there yet. This is not even its final form. It can get significantly worse, and it probably will get significantly worse, right? We're still at the beginning here. We're still at the start. We are still at the start of our little adventure into AI women.
Yeah, it's alarming. But on the bright side, you're inspiring. Yeah. Some dude looked at your Instagram pictures and got inspired to create a version of you. An AI version of it he can monetize. So thank you. You're carrying this economy on your back, bestie. That's how easy it is for people online to just take your stuff. You know, the internet is way less private than people think. Your data's just floating around. Pick it up. You're littering. That's the part that's actually freaking me out. It's not just the AI girls. It's the fact that people could just very easily take your identity and run with it. And using the internet without protection, like many of us do, is basically trusting that same internet that's creating deep fakes of these entire women.
Is this a transition into sponsor? Anyways, which for this actually quite work. Yeah, the thing is, like, right, if you post something, anybody can see it, and then anybody can like create deepfakes of you, right? This can not only be used by degenerate men, this can also be used by women to ruin your life. That is the fun part. This is the fun part of it all, right? This is the great part, right? This is the wonderful and fun part of this.
To respect your privacy. Please, be nice. On private internet access, the sponsor of today's video saves the day. Whenever you're on public Wi-Fi.
Which is hilarious because that won't protect you soon enough. Soon enough, everyone's gonna have a digital ID, and whoever breaks into this will just have access to millions of people's identities, and we're gonna see that happen, and it will happen. Just give it some. It will happen. Just give it some time, but it will. Undoubtedly, it will. Drock undressed duck. Well, I could turn my... See, my model has the ability to go NSFW. I just won't.
Be it an airport or a cafe. Your data can be exposed to anyone else on the network. So if there's a hacker on there too, you're cooked. But with one click, this virtual private network or VPN can hide your IP address and protect your connection through an encrypted tunnel. Now your information is no longer floating around. It's locked and safe. But private internet access is special. They also have a very strict no logs policy, which means they do not track or store what you do online. Whatever you do online. That's actually been proven in court, which is kind of crazy. Verified and proven. It works on all your devices too, so you can have it on everything without really thinking about it. Protect your entire household with one subscription. And yeah, you can switch locations if you want. Something you want to watch is only available in the US. You can watch it from Spain now. In a world where people are stealing faces and building fake lives online, I'd like to keep mine private. And with this special offer that they've given you, bestie, this one's for you, you get an 83% off on private internet access. That's like $2 a month, you guys. And they're throwing in 4 extra months for
4 extra months for free. I mean, look at this. Look at this deal. That is indeed a deal of all time. The greatest deal of forever. It is indeed a deal. A deal and ideal. Anyways, how interesting. How truly interesting. I mean, kind of makes sense. I guess you could go shirtless. Oh, I could go more than shirtless. I could go more than this model could go more than shirtless.
When you use the link in the description box below, my special link for you. Big thanks to Private Internet Access for sponsoring today's video. Go on, bestie, protect yourself before a creepy guy. What do you do for a living?
I turn dudes on.
This is not just something that's there. It's something that's taught.
I mean, why not? Why not do that? Why not do that? I see no problem. I see no issue. I see no issue. Sounds perfectly fine and reasonable, doesn't it? Wow. Shocker, I know. How perv. It's just something that VR models can do. It's not that complicated.
I thought we peaked at Alpha Male Boot Camp.
Man.
The concentration camps where they teach a man how to be by fully submitting to another man and having them drag you through the mud.
Where men paid to get an experience that will essentially turn them into alpha males.
Some jokes just write themselves. Okay. Now there's AI video boot camp where they teach a man how to be a woman using AI to get your bag. Of course, they're shameless about it too.
I think I'm officially done trying to guess what's real anymore.
That's not a lens. That's not even a person. Believe it or not, that video in the hook wasn't real either.
So this guy is literally advertising his boot camp where he teaches you how to create your own AI influencer, essentially. And all his comments are very happy, very positive. They're very supportive, you know.
Oh my god, awesome. Like it. Realistic AI, so powerful. Just joined.
All those comments are AI influencers, by the way. Every single one of.
Yep. And probably, it's just, I'm gonna say it's probably some bots from, a certain country, if you will. Like, it's very likely that they are. It's actually incredibly likely that they are from a certain place, from a certain country. India.
Albarela here, she says.
We're nothing with you, my lovely family.
We're nothing with you. You just spit on me. Why don't you? This guy filmed himself. I'm trying to get the last bit out of the ketchup bottle.
Why? Why would you do this? What is the purpose of such a thing? What is the purpose of this? Why? Why would you do that? What is indeed the purpose? I really wonder why.
He's like, there's just gotta be something left in here. Transformed into a lady trying to get the last out of the ketchup bottle. This one was trying to play the flute. Maybe he was like typing.
Bald! Fat and bald! Awkward. Indeed awkward.
A very stubborn bolt, you know? Oh, you're churning. You churned his butter, all right? I guess a bunch of people were having a conversation on the objectification of women. And just one dude was there, and he heard...
Objectification. That's genius.
That's genius, literally. That's a literal one. That's a literal one. Honestly, that is that's just the literal. That's just you, duck. I am not bald. Also, that was taken very literally, apparently.
Yes. That's a fantastic business idea.
What better use of AI in 2026? AI chip in the brain to help the disabled live normal lives. Who needs that? Who needs that? AI robots to help with household chores? What are you, lazy? Digital pimp, the objectification of women. That's my startup, and they're proud of it too. You know, a lot of the ladies you're gonna be seeing today have a bunch of dudes behind them. Some have 3 dudes operating them, and others have 20 AI influencers in their basement, in their supercomputer at home, like this guy. Or that guy.
That is legit just AI waifus. AI waifus. Why are there no anime girls? Now that I think about this, why are there no anime girls? Where are the anime girls? Where are the anime girls? There are no anime girls. This is kind of interesting.
Or this guy who flaunts his wealth on his Instagram and only follows 3 accounts, 3 AI influencers that he runs. It's a very male-dominated field. As you can already tell, the AI girls, It's a little bit different from the AI F-boys we did earlier. I think this one's arguably worse. I've done a lot of research. This is a deep dive video. And generally, the end goal for all of these AI girls is to make money. But they differ in how they do it. So there's two major categories I'm splitting this into. The ones that make money off men, the digital pimps, and the ones that make money off brands. And just like with the AI F-boys, the AI F-girls rely on deceiving you, which is against the law, yes. And they don't give any.
See, it's only legal if they catch you. It's not illegal if they don't catch you, right? That's the whole premise. It's only illegal if they find out. Can't commit a crime if nobody knows about it.
Fucks. Like, you've got this one beautiful, innocent lady here who's got nothing in her bio, digital creator though. This is an innocent video.
The only good thing this will result in my opinion, is the fact that it will essentially make hoes obsolete. Because I can't just like, right? I can't just like tap and have the perfect woman doing the perfect thing, right? And then just upload it to adult website number 10 trillion, right? You get the idea, right? It's not that hard. It's not that difficult.
Her wondering something very valid.
Where are the men who like this?
Where are they?
Where are they? They're everywhere, by the way. Pick me, choose me.
I am so sick and tired of going on dates and men are like...
Well, yeah, that's the thing, though. To be fair, though, yes, these are fake, but there's plenty of women online who have a link to a website, to a specific website, and, right, they have the exact same thing there, right? It's not really that different. They say the exact same thing, right? This is just like it's just like a thing we already know of. It's just the thing we already know of, right?
I wonder who's behind this video.
You know, if you're just a little bit skinnier, I would marry you. Don't you want to stay warm in the winter?
Don't you?
Wish your girlfriend...
Don't you want to stay warm in the winter? Is crazy work.
Was hot like me? Come on, bro. And if you thought for a millisecond, there's no way people believe this, they do. They not only do, they do. This one has 372,000 followers. Aria, nothing about her bio says AI. Tokyo Mood, US.
I made a mistake. I made a mistake and I chose the wrong career path. I chose the wrong path. It's so easy, isn't it? It's so easy. Life could be actually dream. I just chose the wrong thing.
Last nights. Don't know what that means. Doesn't matter.
She's hot.
The women sell themselves online on fans and stuff, right? And the men do this. And when everyone's a woman, nobody will be. I don't see an issue. I don't see an issue at all, right? I don't see a problem. Right? I don't see a problem. It's that easy, huh? It's that easy, isn't it? It really is. It really is that easy. You know, modern problems require modern solutions. So I don't see where the issue is. Poke fans. Again. Nope, I will not do this, by the way.
Look at Arya. She's just so beautiful, effortless, you know? And Ty goes,
how are you real?
Ty, you must have been making very thorough eye contact with her to have missed her shape-shifting closet in the back that has transformed at least a dozen times. Come on, you guys. And of course, they use trends. You know, that's how they get big on the algorithm. Like Aya Kingsley here, just like the AIF boys. Remember this trend, Mom, Dad, who generated me? Generated. Yes, they did. People.
Will you marry me? These dudes are actually completely blind to this, right? They are actually, like, completely blind. They just are. They just are. They don't get this. We're getting more delusional by the day.
We're a little excited in the comments. Got a little ahead of ourselves there with our hearts and the love they had for her. Then you've got Iris, who's in health and beauty. like a Windows Defender kinda health. She fights viruses, the ones in your computer. Sorry, you're not my type. Yeah? Well, how about now? Oh!
You're not my type, and now I'm AI, and now you're the type. Nah, I like my women real. Last time I checked, I like my women real. Blinded by bitchlessness, indeed. But honestly, most of these dudes are probably married men. That's the funny part. Honestly.
Arr, yeah, look at that. What a glow up, ma'am. What a glow up.
I've changed so much over the years. Am I your type now?
In my opinion, you were beautiful from the beginning, but how are you even more beautiful?
She's not gonna pick you, bro.
Yeah, she's not gonna pick you, big guy. She doesn't want you. She doesn't. She's not gonna choose you. She won't. You are just not him. You know this. I know this. We know this. It is the truth, my friend.
But unlike the AIF boys, the AIF girls really be pushing it. Like Ellie here. But she's got a link tree here, because you know where that takes you. It takes you where you're asking to go. All right, you want to see that extra content. She does that "you broke my heart" trend, and people are just shook at her beauty. Then she posts this very cute video with her mom.
They're not gonna make out, will they?
Daughter.
No! Well, at least thankfully it's not real. Thankfully it's not real.
Oh, who did that? Who is the sick man behind this account? Mama, please.
Alabama 100. Alabama 100. Sweet home. Ala-fucking-Bama. I won't complain. Sounds fun to me. Sounds great, actually. Sweet home Alabama. You know, by the way, this content is banned in the UK. Anyways.
Please. Mama started making out with her daughter, and Ellie's caption is, "Who would you rather take out for dinner?" Now, I don't know what's worse, the fact that there is a dude that made this and is running an OF account of this girl, or the guys in the comments, y'all, what the actual hell?
Sweet girl, so great.
Y'all crazy. Ellie doesn't stop pushing the boundaries. She posted this picture with her grandma. Oh no. There's a
No, don't queer baiting as well now. Nope, not really, because the consumers of Thespian Lex are also dudes.
going the same direction. No, you can relax. Just kidding, you can't relax. My grandma came to watch the football with me today. My grandma came to watch the football with me today. So they basically just sat down and started staring at a football. She didn't notice I was full of nut at the time this was taken by the guy in the picture. Like peanuts, right? Almonds? What do you mean nuts? Silly Ellie. So essentially, this dude gave her a bag of peanuts that she decided to hoard and not share with her grandma. Shameless behavior. And people are upset.
What do you mean by that? At least the granny didn't receive the nut.
Happened to this world.
How have we come to a time when Ellie was not willing to share these almonds with grandma? This world is f***ed. No, but like, you know what that meant, right? What's insane is, people didn't doubt if it was AI. They reacted to the text in the reel.
Your parents must be proud, proper. Slapper you. That's fucking grim. Imagine being so broken to even write that. Lucky guy. At what point shame has disappeared from our society?
Oh, yikes, man. Bro, I don't even know. That shit is disgusting. You're disgusting. Be like Rosalie. Please. Rosalie loves God and is saving herself for marriage. It's that mentality.
AI girlfriends. You heard that right. You heard that right. That wait until marriage. AI girlfriends that wait until marriage. That's hilarious.
That it attracted her 226,000 followers, right? No. Like here, for instance, she talks about the truth about waiting until marriage. She kicks her feet into the camera and smiles. Read below. Let's see. What is the truth, I wonder?
Let me say something that's gonna make a lot of people uncomfortable. I'm saving myself for marriage.
Oh! I'm sorry, that made me very uncomfortable.
No, I'm not confused. No, I'm not a prude. And no, I don't need you to explain to me why that's unrealistic in 2025. I've heard every argument. I've had men laugh at me, ghost me, try to negotiate with me like my values are at a starting price. They all laughed, and every single time I felt nothing but peace.
That's good for you.
Because what no
I like this AI. I like this AI. This is clearly one of the more likable AIs out there. I like this AI. This is the based AI. Those don't exist much. This is the based AI. I don't see a problem. Indeed.
nobody talks about is that there's something incredibly powerful about being a woman who cannot be consumed, who cannot be fully accessed, who walks into every room knowing that the most intimate version of herself is protected, promised, and patient.
Wild applause in the comments, you know. It's lovely stuff. I wonder where that link in her bio takes me. Oh, what's this?
Oh, interesting. Twitter and Instagram? What else?
Age verification required? Oh! You're done. Of course.
Never mind. Not based. No based AI. No based AI. No based AI. That's like funny, right? But I've seen these as well, right? I've seen this as well, right? Waits onto marriage, makes video. Real women, by the way, not AI women. Real women saying, "I'll wait onto marriage," and it's like, I click on the thing and it's like, pepperoni there, spicy. I've seen these as well. That's nothing new.
Of course a man is behind this account. Everything is sensualized and kinky. It's all innuendo. It's all a fantasy of some sorts for whoever's programmed this chick. And speaking of fantasy, meet this Texan health teacher, Camilla Parker. Look at that. She's awarding her students.
Yep, you needed that censorship. Indeed. Yeah, indeed. Indeed.
Their diplomas. Bro couldn't resist what? Like this one clip where she's like hugging and he was just trying to like help her, I guess, pull it down. Bro, you're done. You know, this is on Instagram, by the way. And her caption is,
You gotta just let him be, you know? Consider it a reward for all his hard work.
I love this content. Amazing.
Y'all need a class on class. He was just helping her pull it down. Okay? Stop.
The weight slides over her booty. It's just, that's so interesting. That is so interesting. That is indeed magnificent, chat.
Absolutely wild stuff. And then you've got this, I guess, fitness influencer, Liza Ander, who's also an AI influencer. Doesn't mention it though. Oh, jail, indeed. Everybody needs to go to jail at this point. I feel like health teacher, jail. Jail for you and the creepy Discord mod behind you. Teacher, be so for real. Y'all crazy. You know, some things gotta stay here. If they're here, they're your fantasies, let's keep them here, okay? Remember when shame was a thing? I feel like we need to bring shame back. Liza says she's pretty enough to be lusted, played, and... What kind of girl?
Why? Anyways.
Girl would say that about herself. Obviously, it's not a girl behind this account.
OnlyFans girls say this. That's your answer. It's OnlyFans girls. That's your literal answer. That is your answer. You have a question, I'll answer it for you. OnlyFans girls. They literally say this, in fact. Like, right? This is no secret. They straight up say this. Yes, girls say this. Real women say this, my friend. I've been on TikTok. I've seen the man-made horrors, and he probably has as well, honestly.
I'm just pretty enough to be lusted, played, or just not pretty enough to be loved, you know, to be taken seriously. It's funny because if you think about it, it's just so pick me, right? So whenever a dude talks like a girl, he creates a very pick me girl, right? It makes sense when you think of the psychology of a pick me, because a pick me persona is built for the guys, right? So she just sounds so pick me, but this is basically, you know, her before. Now look at her. Damn, so beautiful. This one guy goes,
You should be taken seriously no matter what. To be lusted must hurt. I'm truly sorry.
Ain't no fucking way, bro. Here we have them. Here we have them. The true form of the Giga, Ultra, Mega, Simp 3000. Because if this were a real woman, he'd be simping like that.
I'm reporting this. I'm sorry. I'm reporting this. I can't have this exist. Report. I just don't like it. There we go. Done. You're not embarrassed. I want to make this a little bit scarier for you. If we take a look at one of these guys that have created one of these AI influencers, and we can see a big part of how these digital pimps create their AI F-girls is based on the inspo they take them from. If you took a look at one of the tutorials, they usually go hunting on Instagram or Pinterest, where they look for real girls. Could be you. Yes, they could take your picture, they put it into their little thing, and they create an AI version of you, which is essentially you with a little bit of changes, and then they make you a porn star. That's what happened with this one girl who found herself, literally her pictures. She went on holiday once. She was hiking some track. At first she was like,
that's not really me.
And then she noticed that her pictures were taken exactly as they were.
These are literally my images with a different face.
The funny thing is, right, it's soon they won't even need to take pictures of real women and funnel them into AI. Soon the AI can just do that like itself, right? So that won't be needed, and also the background won't be needed, right? Eventually it will be possible.
Okay, so this is my first example. This was from my trip in the summer to the Dolomites, and this is the AI version. Again, another photo from my trip. Here's the AI version. Here's another photo from my trip. Here's the AI version. This is from a separate trip to Bromo in Java. And this is the AI image. This was the photo where I was like, okay, this is definitely using my images.
And that the AI girls sort of resembled her. Yeah, a little bit. And they love making perfect girls. They're good for the algorithm. But sometimes they like throwing in a bit of imperfection in there, you know? Perfected imperfection. Girls with unique features that make them unforgettable. Like this one lady here, for instance. With her 221,000 followers. Oh my God. Yeah, she looks like an overly moisturized Jadis the White Witch from Narnia. Girl, you look like a blank Google Doc, you know? They were like, we'll make her super albino. It's giving, you know, greasy frostbite is what that's giving. Oh my God. It's so obvious, y'all. It's so obviously AI, but the comments... Oh my God! Oh my God! The comments are just obsessing. Then there's Allison. She's pretty popular with her birth...
Yep. Interesting. And feet. Feet. Imagine AI uses your memories to make shit sounds sad. But that is where we are now. This is the reality, whether we like it or not. This is the reality. This is how it is now. Which is so interesting, right? Those are great. Jiggle physics are on point. Yeah, but no.
Mark just places every other video. She's a surfer and hangs out by the waves all the time.
Todo me encanta de ti, abrazo fuerte. I so wish I was at least 30 years younger. You are so beautiful.
Oh, brother.
Okay, 3 reasons I sometimes think I prefer my dog over any man. First, he's never judged my birthmark.
Baby, I wouldn't judge you.
Second, I can look like a complete mess and he still thinks I'm amazing.
Pick me, choose. It's literally like they're always the same. Ugh. It's like written for dudes like, please thirst over me and let me take your money.
And third, he never makes me feel like I'm too touchy.
He never makes me feel like I'm too touchy because, you know, it's just something that guys absolutely loathe. You know, and extremely touchy. I'm like, get off me! Dudes just fucking hate like touchy women. You think this shit would not work. You don't know men. I am upset. Boys, I am upset. What the f?
Well, I've been trying to get in touch.
I'm also upset. Also, I'm not particularly touchy, but I like touching. Right? I do like hugging. Hugs are nice. And more.
With you, but I guess I'm falling on deaf ears. I'll try one more time. I told you before that you're pretty. Your birthmark just not bother me. I love those eyes.
Try to check on the replies. They're gone because somebody tried to ground this dude. It's AI. You're not allowed to say AI on this page. There's another video of her floating on her surfboard where she goes,
It may seem strange, but all my problems disappear when I'm here. No overthinking my birthmark, nothing, just pure peace.
The birthmark is crazy. The birthmark is crazy, Poke. No down. The poke is up whether you like it or not. Pick me, choose me, love me. The pick me's, they're everywhere. AI pick me's, however. That's so weird. It's just so weird that people don't realize this, though. There's gotta be like some 50, 60-year-old dudes watching this, right? It's gotta be.
Tell me, I'm curious, where is the place to disconnect? I'll respond in the comments.
She did not respond in the comments, despite the fact that so many men were telling her where their place of peace is. Nature. You said you'll reply in the comments, bro. I'll let you picture this. These dudes are hitting on this girl hard. And there's a man sitting at his computer. He's sick of it. He's sick of flirting back with these dudes. This one guy goes, "For me, it's anywhere in nature, but mountains followed by woods and mainland are my favorite. On the back of a horse is where I disappear." It's cowboy. And this dude behind this girl's account,
I don't want to do this anymore.
He's probably thinking, but Allison loves to tell you what to do.
Stop scrolling for a second, baby.
Allison, what happened?
I have a question. Why does everybody think surfers smell like fish down there?
I have a question. Are you also suffering from multiple personality disorder?
Okay, stop scrolling for a second.
Whoa! So obviously, British Allison is a much more dominant.
Interesting. Much more dominant. The mark moved. It moved. It went somewhere else. That is the reality of all things. It moved. The mark is alive!
Allison.
Okay, stop scrolling for a second. So,
Then American Allison.
Where is the place to disconnect? I'll respond in the comments.
She always tells you to
stop scrolling for a second, baby. Stop scrolling for a second.
What does she want here?
I know my birthmark stands out. And honestly, yeah, it makes me insecure sometimes.
But can you pick me, choose me?
But I'm actually curious about something. Does it make me more interesting, or does it make me less attractive?
All these very unique features. How much more unique can it get? What is this mythological beast? You are done. Bro, you're done. What is that?
What the fuck? That's all I gotta say. What on earth? Yeah, he's right. What is that? What is that? Why are we here? Why are we doing this? Indeed, what is that? What are we looking at? What is that? You make it... It makes you more interesting indeed. What?
Whose fantasy is this? Y'all, there is somebody in their bedroom right now. Intensely to this. Oh my lord, what the fuck is that? Why are they always kissing other girls?
Well, why not? I mean, you know, does a two-headed woman not deserve love? Does a two-headed woman not deserve? Is a two-headed woman not deserving of love? Is she not? Can she not be loved for who she is? Right? Can a two-headed lady not love? Right? Can she not? I don't see a problem. Right?
Girls! Because the dude behind this account wasn't about to kiss another dude. Come on, bro. Look at that. Like, well, he has a collab. 2 heads, 1 vibe. Oh my god, this is absolutely ridiculous. I have no words. You know, I really thought AI F-boys were gonna be worse. Y'all outdone yourselves, you know. Y'all, they done made an arthropod. The Hydra collabed with an arthropod. And you know...
No fucking way. Nope, not this one. See, how would they even be worse, honestly? Like, how would they even be worse, right? You can do a lot more. The female body is a lot more interesting. And men are much more easy to fool. Sorry, but that's... Homies, I'm sorry, but that's the truth.
What's freaky? Nothing could have prepared me for those comments.
Come to Kenya. I really want to see you in person, please. So freaking cool and cute. You guys are epic. Fire emoji.
Okay, let's take a few steps back into normalcy. Where we've got this creator. So this one girl has turned her sob story, which is just vitiligo, by the way, which oftentimes, like in the case of many supermodels, is such a beautiful asset. She's turned it into a sob story. This is her angle. It's her whole personality. It's how she gets you. Which wins the hearts of the public.
But the eye color, did that also went south? It's not that bad. Look at that, it's Michael Jackson. Anyways.
Poor me, I'm a deformed cosmic beauty.
I was often called a Dalmatian when I was a child. It was not just a nickname, but a real label that constantly emphasized my outer feature. Vitiligo. Someone joked, someone openly laughed, someone pretended that it was just funny. And I thought that I could never be myself because of these words that freckles on my skin are my flaw, which makes me not worthy of affectionate acceptance. This is a footprint in my soul that remains for many years. Children can be cute.
Shut up! Why am I so pressed about it? Well, maybe because it's not real. It's so funny when there's a pretend AI influencer.
Well, you don't need to be pressed about it. It's not, like I said, it's not real. It's not real. So there's no reason to be pressed about it. And honestly, I have to say though, yes, it's scummy, but at the end of the day, isn't it natural selection? Like, if you get scammed by an AI, don't you kind of deserve it at this point? And I mean, like, if you're a reasonable person, right? I'm not referring to like I'm not referring to like 80-year-old grandma getting scammed by somebody using her daughter's voice kind of thing, right?
Pretending to have been bullied, coming up here with their strikingly, impossibly perfect good looks, telling you about how bullying sucks because they were bullied, and then having all these people suck up to them. Oh my God, exhausting. She won't shut up about it, okay? I don't know what her story entails here. I don't follow because I don't speak a Cyrillic language. I don't know, she changed somewhere in the middle of her story and then she embraced, I guess, her true self and the comments. You've got all these celebrities rushing in telling her that she's
very beautiful. You have to be happy. Oh my God, you're so incredibly beautiful. You're unique. You're kissed by God. Gorgeous.
Again and again. You know, she won't stop talking about it. It's her whole thing. And then she posts this one video with her dad. That's looking hella fine in that video. You know, took a little bit of the attention away.
Don't make her kiss her dad. Thank you. Don't make her kiss her papa. Please, I beg of you, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't make her kiss her dad. That's all I'm asking you. That's all I'm asking you. Don't make her kiss her dad.
From her. She said,
"My father is the most genuine and noble man I know."
You know what's genuine? Your hardware is genuine. She got goosebumps, this one, because they're both incredibly beautiful.
He's so handsome, even more interesting than in his youth. Beautiful, both of you. It's hard to take your eyes off you. Wishing you happiness, father and daughter.
Zelen lost her mind.
Oh my God, is such beauty really possible? I won't be able to sleep. I have fallen in love completely.
What the fuck, bro? What? These, I'm gonna be real, I think these comments are also AI. Take care, GT, bye-bye. Bye-bye, have a fun stream. I think these comments are also AI to a degree, right? They have to be, they gotta be.
And irrevocably, what bullying! You are the most beautiful people I have ever met! My legs are shaking like I'm falling into an abyss!
Well, somebody just, got a little moist. Moving on.
I'm gonna need you to calm down. Deep breaths, deep breaths. And when somebody came to calm her, ground her in the comments, gone. The replies in all of the comments are probably people saying, yo, this is AI.
Eliminated.
You say AI to the guillotine. You're done, bro. You can't say AI. AI, no you don't. AI don't think you could do that. AI wouldn't. That's what happened here. Her sob story, she was milking it. Almost like how Marcha Cutie was milking this cow. Full circle to the AI.
No. Wait, that's a real thing? That's a real thing? This video just gets... The thing is, like, this video gets perpetually worse. The deeper we go, the worse it gets. This is indeed the ultimate content farm, is it not? It must be. This is indeed the ultimate content farm. Right? It must be. Like, this is the highest form of content farming there is.
Fuckboy, remember a Brazilian farm boy who also was milking that GMO cow?
É como tirar leite do boi.
Mind you, she's had time to put up her hair into a space bun mid-milk in the same photo dump. You know, her soggy hands. But Brazilian farm boy is not the only replica. Remember that cat video that fooled me? Kanye
West. Well, got milk? Question mark. You got milk? Maybe you got milk. Who knows? Certainly got milk though.
Blinking in the back. The same cat. You'd think they were in the
same cat. It's just that there's an aquarium, right? But it's still the same cat, but now there's an aquarium. That is so interesting, honestly. That is really interesting. That really is quite interesting. In all honesty.
Same house. Whose cat is this? Y'all don't even bother with the human brain. Y'all just looked at us and thought, duh, easy. As though we wouldn't notice. The other cat in the background, the Harry Potter newspaper cat in the back that looked a lot more alive than the main cat in the video. Remember the hot Omegle boys? You know, they didn't need to do nothing. They just sat down, webcam, that was enough. But remember those guys? Well, they made it here too. They're here with this one girl over and over and over and
the one just like mogging. They're just the AI is mogging us. That's all there is to it. It's AI mogging. That's really that's what it is. It's just so weird that people genuinely. Is it just that people on Instagram just don't have a brain?
over. It's the sale. Like, girl, like, which one is it? Okay, when did this happen? And why is it happening so many times? And it's so funny because it's on her page, like, repeatedly. But people didn't even doubt it's a template. Okay, so that girl that you saw that used all these guys was also used in another girl's video. And these comments, man, they're clueless. It just makes me want to bang my head, against them. And then a third girl's doing this too. I'm sure you've seen her. Shocks the public with her beauty. And like the rest of them, they all just go. It's funny because these AI influencers, AI F-boys, AI F-girls.
I will eat you. I will eat you if this gets demonetized. I will eat you because of the music. I will eat you.
They don't only steal from real people, but they also steal from each other. This AI influencer with the braids, I couldn't tell which profile was hers because that's the same AI girl. Somebody took somebody's AI influencer, bro. It's the Wild West out here. You thought collabs are not.
Somebody took somebody else's AI influencer and turned that into an AI influencer. AI influencer inception. You're stealing. You're taking an AI generated character and turning it into an AI generated character. Moving on.
Not exclusive to AI F-boys.
Yeah, look at those boys. I don't know if the other guy's like legally blind, just staring at the ground or something. Doesn't know where the camera is.
AI F-girls do it too. Like in this one post, Charlie's Angels smiling at you, seducing you.
If you like tits.
I don't know about that one, bro. I don't know.
And girls with shiny, sexy leather outfits.
Do you know a girl that would type this out like that? Dude wrote this.
Then it's your lucky day. No need to thank me, but today is your lucky day.
You said that. You said that before. You said that twice.
It was also quite a lucky day.
You good? What's going on? I'm starting to wonder if today is a lucky day.
Getting chance, yo, collab again with the amazing @Han and whatever. You probably already.
They're even having collabs like fucking VTubers out here. Hi, Sweet Color. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. The amount of stupid content in Facebook and Instagram when it comes to believing in AI is astonishing. Honestly, it does exist on TikTok as well. There's people on TikTok that fall for this as well, right? Which is very interesting. I don't know. It's just they even have collabs like VTubers out here. What is this?
Follow them anyway, but if you don't, are you living on Mars?
Are you living on Mars? You're not following her friends?
Girl, you live on a server. You say something we don't like, unplug, gone. So tone it down. You getting brave now. So somebody thirsting over in the comment.
Oh, picture.
All right, whatever. You probably.
I wish life was more like a PvP server. I really wish life was more like a PvP server. We could just PvP these people. We really could just PvP these people, right? Life were like a PvP server, not a problem. Not a problem in the world. Moving on.
Think, you know, these AI influencers are just in their little bubble, you know? It's not gonna, like, affect something you see in an FYP. If you fall for it, you fall for it, whatever, we move on, right? No. No, because everything you saw was that model that made money off men. Thirsty, hungry, desperate men. This a very vulnerable part of society that is so easily exploitable, it seems. From alpha male camps, I don't know, and it's also always men exploiting these men. It's just ridiculous. Survival of the fittest out here. This next model is where the money comes from brands. Meet little Michaela, who gets her money off sponsorships, much like another Michaela who has sponsorships every.
How on earth is this a verified account? Okay, I guess the platform is just as stupid.
Other business day.
Kim Kardashian.
This Michaela works with brands until one day she developed leukemia. as an AI influencer. What do you mean? Leukemia. But she's an AI influencer, so what do you mean? Yeah, for her healthcare marketing campaign, NMDP, this global nonprofit, partnered up with little Michaela to share her leukemia journey with her 2.3 million followers, because there weren't really any actual leukemia patients we could use instead. Actual leukemia patients who could have used a sponsor.
Are you telling me they would rather pick an AI over a real person with that illness? Is that what you are telling me? I mean, you are telling me that. You are. I mean, I'm not shocked or anything, right? You are telling me that. But why? But why? Why would you do that? But why?
Sponsorship to pay off their hospital bills. No, that's just boring. Let's pay an AI patient. You know who needs to go to the hospital? You. Not for leukemia, y'all dumb. For severe stupidity, because what the fuck, honestly, like y'all should be in a mental asylum. It's not like, are you for real? It can't be real. Lil Michaela's on red carpet, she's done many partnerships, and she's one of the very first AI creators ever. All right, like goes way back, before AI was even perfected. She's famous. And speaking of firsts, there's Shudu, the first AI black supermodel, an AI woman so striking. She was featured and reposted on Fenty's Instagram for wearing their shade of saucy lipstick. Also featured on Elle magazine.
What? How? I really picked the wrong thing. I just picked the wrong thing. You cannot tell me I picked the wrong thing. Like, this is clearly the way, right? Like, this is clearly the way. Guys, this is the way. I do believe it's an age thing, because the older the platform, the more they fall for it, because the active user demographic. I mean, yeah, of course, it's probably because, right, there's a lot of old people falling for it, but this is also brands. And they're probably not falling for it. Probably just they don't really have to pay that much, or maybe they do, who knows?
Harper's Bazaar, where it was revealed that Shudu, this black supermodel, is actually a dude. Yeah, a 28-year-old white guy, Cameron James Wilson. Now, you've got a brand, say Fenty, that gets fooled by the fact that this one's an AI, doesn't do their research. Not every brand does their research. So now a brand looking to work with a...
So you're telling me there is no way a brand would fall for this? What does that say about your company? What?
Black model. They want to send them a package. They want to see them in this shade of whatever, in this outfit.
They'll just pay Cameron.
Yeah. In a field where the black models are already, you know, underrepresented. They don't have the opportunities. Cameron jumped in and said, let me take that too. Obviously, you know, an AI model is not going to replace a real model in every aspect of the industry. Let's be reasonable. But let's be reasonable. Fenty could have reposted a real black model, gave her the visibility, but no. I guess they didn't know. A lot of people don't know that Shudu is actually Cameron, and they're giving Cameron the platform that they could have been giving to anybody else, a real person. It's ridiculous. And then you've got Aitana, Aitana, popular influencer in Spain who works with an agency there, where she reportedly brings in 10,000 euros a month. She's fantastic for that. They love her. She doesn't get tired, she doesn't complain, she doesn't ask any questions, she just performs. Whenever something needs to be done, she's done it already. It's a computer, you guys, it's a program. It's not already just...
It is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. It is. This is absolutely ridiculous. How? How are you a brand falling for this?
There's Mia Zelu, who made an appearance at Wimbledon and won the hearts of many, including a very popular cricket star. Man was willing to risk it all for Mia. Mia's not real. Mia's not real. Nope, Mia's an AI influencer. And then you've got Kelly, who interviewed at Elle magazine, was talking about that time when she was scrolling through Instagram, came to find her wedding pictures on somebody else's profile. It was her dress, it was her venue, it was her husband, but it wasn't her face. Yep, the man, you guys, the husband. They kept his face. You know, they just changed hers. Do y'all know how insane that is? You thought that was bad? It's not even bad yet. It gets worse with baby doll Archie, who went viral for her very seductive videos, dance videos, and that one picture she took with an adult star. Made with ChatGPT she was, mid-journey. She was based on a real woman from India. Who made her? That real woman's ex-boyfriend. It was revenge.
Oh, well Well, that explains something, I guess. Now that's rather interesting. Okay. Well, we got revenge. Revenge corn, essentially, if you want to go that far to call it that. Which it might as well be. It's getting more interesting.
After their relationship ended, y'all need a beating. This man was so intent on making this shit look as real as possible. He geotagged, he changed the metadata of the pictures, geotagged them to different locations in India to make it look as authentic as it could. He made thousands of dollars of subscriptions using his girlfriend. But he's in jail, as he should be, impersonation and cybercrime. But you know who isn't in jail yet? Everybody we talked about. Impersonating, using real people, using what could be your pictures, creating an AI version of them, making them extremely inappropriate to try and sell a version of your pictures to creepy old men. Damn, bro. A whole new level of AIF girls we're on, you know? Did you know you were an AIF girl? You could be. When they get their hands on your pictures, you could be. But the tragedy...
Thankfully, I'm a man, so they wouldn't use me for AI. Thankfully, I'm a dude, so I guess I will be spared. I probably won't be spared, but there's still the chance, right? They could turn me into an AIF boy if they ever got their hands on me, I guess.
He doesn't stop there. It gets juicier though, because there's soldiers. There's soldier AI girls that serve their country.
Soldier AI girls. There's a thing for if it exists, there's corn of it. Huh. Interesting. It always comes back to that famous saying.
By day and serve their creators' pockets by night. Or Jessica Foster, the viral OnlyFans.
OnlyFans AI fooling millions of MAGA fans. It's really just old dudes, isn't it? Even Donald Trump in the background. That's so interesting.
AI fooling millions of MAGA fans. During her working hours, she's hanging out with Donald in the day. By night, she's selling foot pics to Donald's fans. Now, this is just ridiculous. How dumb can you be? You know what's insane about this? Like, job is done. People believe this. You know, these people who fell for this are the most disconnected people from politics, from reality, from everything. There's this picture of Jessica speaking at the border of peace. What the fuck is the border of peace? That place card was meant to say the board of peace, that random thing Donald decided to create.
Maybe there is a border of peace. Maybe there's like a little map thingy, and it's like the border of peace. Why not? Do you know this? Maybe there is a border of peace. How would you know? How would you know? Maybe there is one. You just haven't seen it yet.
To try and replace the UN. Man thinks he runs the world. Another ego project of his thinks he rules the world. The Board of Peace. Border of Peace, it says. And of course, nobody caught that because people be so dumb. People are so media illiterate. You know, it's not even the fact that the textures on the skin are ridiculous or that the whole thing looks like a video game.
Good morning, Patriots. Why can't I get a good morning text every morning from morning?
What's insane is some people are saying this could be US propaganda or perhaps foreign government propaganda. Y'all calm down. It's not foreign government propaganda. It's not US propaganda. This is a dude in a basement, hunched over his laptop, trying to make some money. This is what this is. Let's not try and make it than it is.
Well, if it's work, I guess get your bag, girly. No, that turn you into a femboy. You sound intrigued. I would not want that. Thank you. I would not want that. I like being a dude. I like being a dude's dude, you know? I enjoy being a man, you know? Unlike some other people who become women, quote unquote.
These horny, desperate, frankly pathetic people are falling for it, and they're paying, you guys, they're paying. People are making money off it. I am so done. I'm so done. Oh boy. And of course, don't forget to check out private internet access, link in the description box below, guys. You get a very special deal, 83% off, only $2 a month, and 4 extra free months. Come on now. Okay, after all this, All this you see into people stealing people's faces. I don't know, Bestie, I'd want to be private now. Look how dark it has gotten, you guys. Partially because I've been sitting here for hours. But that was pretty much it, guys. What are your thoughts? Share them down in the comments below if you have any, or are you AI? You don't think? That's great. I feel like this is gonna be a new module at Hustlers University, Andrew Tate's uni, where he teaches guys how to make money in whatever possible way they could. This is the new module they're gonna introduce to Hustlers, I'm pretty sure. What's funny is when somebody comes out and says, yo, that can't be right. Brokey! It's the immediate reaction. It's like, just coded that way, you know? It's catfish capitalism. Anything justifies making money for some people. That's not very manly, is it? That means you could be bought at any price too, bro. It's not very manly. All right, well, that was pretty much it, guys. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below.
Yep, that was pretty much it. Okay, so to summarize, debating unks with AI women and sell it online on a website. How much have the men how much have we fallen? Men, how much have we fallen? Well, I guess the unks, just the unks. That was miserable. That was indeed miserable. Wow. They got everything here. Everyone is here. Every AI is here. All the AI girls. Every single one of those. That took just an hour. I'm surprised. The shoe one head took longer. Am I allowed to recommend more videos? Sure, I guess. Sure. Duck rise. The duck has risen. Why is my cat so aggressive today? She's like really angry. Can I just say this? She is really angry. She just is. Right? She just is super angry. My cat is angry. Poke hates me. Yes, I do. 100%. I hate all of you. 100%. You are the most hated man ever. Clearly. Anyways. Easily, huh? Okay, that was interesting. I probably won't do many more videos anyways. Maybe like 2 more videos or so, and that's that. Otherwise, I will just have too much, right? And then I'll just end earlier today. Maybe she's attention-starved Dumbo. She's not. She's just angry. Because I'm not the reason. She just dislikes one particular cat in here currently. I don't know what happened at night. She's angry. She's indeed quite angry. See, you can't take it back now. I can't take it back now. Maybe I don't want to take... Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't want to take it back. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't want to take it back. Well then. Anyways, did you still recommend one Croco, or is that not? Damn. Anyways. Angry kitty, indeed. She's super angry. If Croco has anything to recommend, I'll do it. I'll do it. And then, I don't know, maybe we'll do the queso video, I guess. Right? Maybe we'll do that, or the moon video, I don't know. Whatever, something, I guess. You said... What is it now? What is it now? Come on. I'm wait. Chop. Croco, chop. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for crocofamation. Do you still have something or not? Unless you want me to watch the crocodile video. That is. Before you complain too much. You big child. You big baby! Gothenburg? Gothenburg. A poke? Anyways. Other than that, I will start. I will pick something else now. In this case, I will do like 2 more, maybe. Who knows? Depending on how I feel after the next one, and that's that. That should be enough, right? Because I am lowering the amount of uploads, anyways. Right? That was the plan. That is the plan. Too much. I'm doing too much, and I feel like that's not a good idea. But duck. Where is there a butt duck? Are there butt ducks? That's horrible. Or maybe duck booties? You just want to touch my butt, you perv. That's all there is to it. Right? That's all there is to it. You just wanna touch my cheeks. You indeed. Okay, I have one now. Okay. Send it in. You just want to touch my booty. My well-formed duck booty. That's all. That's all there is to it. Oh, my cat just stays normal now. That'd be pretty neat. Send it. Everyone's angry, actually. Correction, everyone is just angry. None of the cats are really that happy. Okay, what is that? Let me see. We could do a croco video, then we could still do a video that Solmax recommend, and that's that. Bruh, that's a video indeed. That is a that is indeed a video. Werde sie verbreiten. That's just failure. That didn't come out the right way. I think you wanted it to. That is indeed failure, my dear. That is indeed failure. Meine Liebe. Let me click something. And I can remove the Rebaldi video. Easy, huh? Here we go. Here we have another curiosity. He won Hollywood's first Oscar. And then became a Nazi star. Anyways, by performers and politicians. We're gonna look at this. I have no idea where this is going, I'll be real. I have no idea where this is going. When was the first Oscar? That's a more important question. I don't even know when the first one was. Anyways.
In 1929, Hollywood awarded its very first Academy Award for Best Actor. The winner wasn't Gary Cooper or Charlie Chaplin, or even an American. It was Emil Jannings, a Swiss-born, German-raised actor whose powerful performances had made him one of the greatest stars of the silent era. But Jannings' legacy would not be golden statues or international acclaim. Instead, history remembers him as the man who went from Oscar winner to propaganda star for Adolf Hitler's Third Reich. This is the story.
What a career change, guys. I've sad news. Do you really, Shine Duck? Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. This is my girlfriend no longer wants to be with me. Then it is what it is, and you have to move on. As cruel as that may sound, that is the reality. Move on. Anyways, look at him being all happy. Look at this man being all happy. Look at him being all happy. Right? They're both smiling at each other like they know already what they're gonna do with their newfound power.
Of Emil Jannings, a career that soared to the heights of filmdom and crashed into infamy under the shadow of Nazi Germany. Emil Jannings was born in Switzerland in 1884. His father, an American businessman from St. Louis, died while Jannings was still a child. His mother moved them to Germany, where a restless and imaginative Jannings longed for the stage.
Interesting. So he became a Hollywood star, and then he became a Nazi. It's so interesting. I mean, Switzerland, that's pretty close, like, right? That's a neighbor country. Poke as a German, do you claim this man? He is Swiss, so you don't need to ask me. This man is from Switzerland. So I got nothing. I have nothing to do with this. I'm not right. I got nothing to do with this. This man is from Switzerland.
In 1906, he achieved a breakthrough when he was accepted into Max Reinhardt's celebrated company in Berlin, one of the most prestigious theaters in Europe. Under Reinhardt's direction, Jannings learned to use his imposing frame, expressive face, and booming voice to dominate an audience. Silent films proved a perfect fit. His heavy features and ability to project raw emotion without words made him one of the most compelling performers of Germany's new film industry. The 1920s were the golden age of German silent cinema, and Jannings was at its center. In F.W. Murnau's The Last Laugh in 1924,
Of course, F.W. Murnau would be in this one. But he lives in Germany, though, but he is from Switzerland, so that's how we'll treat this man. This man is Swiss. And he probably ended up as Swiss cheese, if you know what I mean.
he played an aging hotel doorman who is stripped of his uniform and his dignity. The part demanded he convey despair, humiliation, and fleeting joy without a single line of dialogue, and his performance became a textbook example of silent film acting. A year later, in the film Variety, he portrayed a trapeze artist ruined by passion and betrayal. The daring camera work and his raw emotional performance made the film a worldwide hit. In Faust, in 1926, directed once again by Murnau, Jannings embodied Mephisto, the devil himself, seductive, menacing, and unforgettable. These roles cemented Jannings' reputation as the master of tragic,
That's so interesting. It's like funny, right? A talented man, right? From what we can hear, right? A talented man. And this is how shit went down. That's so odd. That is such an oddity.
larger-than-life characters, men of authority and stature brought low by fate or their own weakness. It was exactly the kind of artistry Hollywood was hungry for. In 1927, Paramount lured Jannings to America, offering him a lucrative contract and considerable influence over his projects. He quickly found success. In 1927's The Way of All Flesh, he played a respectable banker whose life unravels after a single mistake. The film is now lost, but contemporary reviews praised his devastating performance. The following year, in Josef von Sternberg's The Last Command, he portrayed a former Russian general reduced to working as a Hollywood extra, a role that mirrored his own displacement in America, and was hailed as one of the greatest performances of the silent era. When the Academy of
Why would you do this? Why would you have all this talent and then join the Austrian painter? That is such an oddity. That is so, in my opinion, that is really odd. In my opinion, that's so odd. That's weird. That's just it's interesting, I guess. It is, but like, why would you do that? Like, genuinely, why would you do that? Why exactly? What is the purpose of this? Why would you do this?
Motion Picture Arts and Sciences created its first awards in 1929. Jannings was named the very first Best Actor winner for both The Way of All Flesh and The Last Command. But he was not in Hollywood to collect the honor. The famous photograph of Jannings holding the Oscar, often mistaken for a triumphant moment on ceremony night, had actually been staged earlier by Paramount's publicity department, anticipating his absence. The winners had been announced months earlier, and by the time of the ceremony, Jannings had already sailed back to Germany. He knew the arrival of sound cinema had ended his prospects in America. His thick German accent and halting English made him unsuitable for talkies, and rather than fade away in Hollywood...
So you are telling me... Okay, hold up. You are telling me, okay? That this man, right, this dude, okay? Went from... He could have probably just retired. There's a good chance, right? I've seen The Lost Command. I like that movie. Too bad this man is trash. Right? Because, so basically, since sound was finally available, right? He had no other choice but to go home and join the Mustache Man. What the heck? What a pipeline. What a pipeline.
He chose to return home. He went down in history as the first actor to hold the statuette, but in reality, he was already finished in Hollywood. Back home, Yonings landed what would become his most famous role. In 1930, director von Sternberg cast him in The Blue Angel, opposite a young Marlene Dietrich. Yonings played Professor Wrath, a pompous teacher whose obsession with nightclub singer Lola Lola, played by Dietrich, destroys his career, his reputation, and ultimately his dignity. What made the film unusual was that it was shot twice, once in German and once in English. This practice was common in the early sound era, before dubbing and subtitles became standard. For Yonings, it was a reminder of why Hollywood had cast him aside. His heavy accent and awkward delivery made the English version stiff and unconvincing. For Dietrich, it was the opposite. Her smoky voice and natural charisma carried across both languages. The German version made her a sensation in Europe, and the English version introduced her to American audiences, paving her way to Hollywood stardom. But as Germany descended into dictatorship, Yonings' career took a darker turn. When the Nazis came to power in 1933, Joseph Goebbels, Hitler...
I'm getting banned. 100% guaranteed. I'm getting obliterated. That's just the truth.
Propaganda minister moved quickly to bring German cinema under state control. Many Jewish and anti-Nazi filmmakers fled. Yonings stayed. It's important to note that Yonings did not officially join the Nazi Party. There is no record of him ever holding a party membership card, but he remained in Germany, accepted Goebbels' patronage, and became one of the regime's most prominent cultural collaborators.
So he became a propagandist, right? Like, you know, the actor Conrad, like, from The Man Who Laughs, and it was similar in terms of acting this guy, but he didn't become an N-word. Well, was he from Germany? Rip Doug, I'll miss you. I will not die, I don't think so. Also, Ben 10, interesting.
Goebbels even awarded him the prestigious title of State Actor, a designation reserved for the Reich's most prized performers. In 1937, Yonings starred in The Ruler, playing an authoritarian industrialist presented as the embodiment of strong leadership. The film drew praise within the regime, and even Hitler himself approved of the message. Soon after, Yonings underscored his loyalty by campaigning for the Nazis in the 1938 Reichstag elections, the last sham vote of the Nazi era. Goebbels rewarded him with unusual authority for an actor. Yonings was placed on the board of Toby's Films and granted broad control over the studio's productions. His first project there, in 1939, combined his star power with his new executive role. The film Robert Koch.
Koch? Robert Koch, der Bekämpfer des Todes. So, Robert Koch, the defeater of, like, fighter against death kind of thing. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, well, that happened, I guess. That's a thing.
The Conqueror of Death celebrated Koch's scientific breakthroughs, but also reflected the regime's darker worldview, portraying his experiments on colonial African subjects as part of a heroic German tradition. The most controversial of all Yonings' films was 1941's Ohm Kruger. Goebbels wanted a picture that would inflame German audiences in advance of a possible invasion of Britain, and he gave it one of the largest budgets of the era, 6 million Reichsmarks, the equivalent of about $28 million today. Yonings not only starred in the film, he also produced it and launched a press campaign to promote his portrayal of Paul Kruger, the aging Boer president of the South African Republic, remembered for leading his people during the Second Boer War against Britain at the turn of the 20th century. He even wrote the foreword to a new edition of Kruger's diaries, calling British imperialism a pernicious disease, and declared,
Bruh, this is so interesting. What a pipeline to fall down to. That is so interesting. That really is interesting. What a pipeline to go down, and then like, what on earth? What was bro thinking? I mean, it's possible that bro wasn't thinking much, but like, What? Why? Why? That's so That's indeed interesting. That is indeed very interesting. I don't know. It's so odd.
Declaring, President Kruger was the first conscious champion against England. He is an example for us Germans who are now leading the fight against British imperialism. I played him because he was chosen to start a struggle which shall be concluded in our lifetime. The film was everything Goebbels had hoped for. A propaganda triumph that painted Britain as cruel and corrupt while presenting Germany as Kruger's spiritual heir. Hitler adored it. As a reward, Goebbels elevated Jannings beyond his earlier title of state actor and proclaimed
Poker claims this man is a fellow German born. Yeah, but this is still a Swiss guy. And the other guy did not become one. Well, lucky him. Well, this guy did.
him Artist of the State. He was also presented with the Ring of Honor of the German cinema. Abroad, Mussolini praised the picture, and the Venice Film Festival awarded
Mussolini. That is so interesting. That is so why is he here? Why is he even here? Why is the Mussolini man even here? Why? What's the purpose? Wow, interesting. So interesting. What?
it the Mussolini Cup for Best Foreign Film. The following year, Jannings returned to another role he had made famous in the silent era, Otto von Bismarck. In 1942's The Dismissal, he portrayed the Iron Chancellor forced into retirement by Kaiser Wilhelm II. The film
Bald. Insanely bald.
presented Bismarck as a visionary betrayed by weaker men, a clear parallel to Hitler's own image as a misunderstood genius. When the Reich collapsed in 1945, so too did Jannings' career. The Allies halted production on what would have been his final picture, Where is Mr. Belling?, shutting it down before completion. He was never prosecuted, but he was effectively blacklisted. Allied authorities declared him.
Well, that makes sense. Why would he not be blacklisted, right? He was an ally to the Mustache Man, so this isn't particularly surprising, is it? I mean, come on, right? That's not really something that should be surprising, rather.
Subject to denazification. One legendary story says Jannings approached American soldiers holding his Oscar, begging for leniency as a, quote, Hollywood man. In a 1945 newspaper interview, he claimed he had been ordered by Goebbels to make propaganda films. But the excuse rang hollow. Goebbels' own diaries told the truth. In April 1941, the propaganda minister wrote, "He works as though possessed on his Boer film. Jannings outdoes himself. Kruger is as much of an anti-England film as one can only hope for." In his autobiography, published posthumously in 1951, Jannings devotes fewer than 100 words to defending his work for the Nazis. For a man who had poured so much into those films, his silence was damning. After the war, Jannings retreated to his villa in Austria. He never appeared in another film. In 1950, at the age of 65, he died of liver cancer. It took years for the full truth around his propaganda role to become clear outside Germany. In 1960, a decade after his death, his name was placed on the Hollywood Walk of Fame at 1630 Vine Street.
Wait, they still placed it there, though? But Pookie was Swiss. That's not German, so there should be no problem. But yeah, he's still, right? He still is, right? It's still there, though, which is so interesting, right? That's so interesting. Right? They didn't just remove it, or not even keep, right? They added it and still kept it.
Tourists still pass it today, though the official website makes no mention of his Nazi past. The contradiction remains. Emil Jannings, both celebrated as film royalty and condemned as a willing servant of tyranny. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, that's the end of the video. I am surprised that this is a pipeline that one can go down to, or can go down in, from Hollywood star to propagandist. That is so interesting. Chat, you guys should also do propaganda for me. That's all I'm gonna say. You guys should spread the word of Poke. You know it, I know it, we know it. You should do that. Alright. I'll do like one more video, honestly. I'll do like one more video. Let's see, what do we have? What do we have? What do I want to do? Let me click something. What do I want to watch? You know what? I'm gonna do this like this small businesses thingy, and that's that for today, I think. That's gonna be that. Why hasn't people tried to destroy that star? People did that to Bill Cosby and Trump. Which is so interesting. Oh, you want to earn early? Yeah. I have enough videos, so it's not really a big deal. I have like plenty of videos. It's fine. Right, I'm just gonna upload 2 per day from now on. There's fine. That's fine. And then I can work on other stuff. Also, I want to work on more other stuff as well. So yeah, we'll do that one. And that'll be that for today. TikTok small businesses are making people angry. Let's look at that by Rachel Louise. Yeah, we're gonna look at this. I am curious. I use TikTok, though to be fair, only to find anime edits and edits in general. It is what it is. But yeah, we're gonna have a look-see, okay? So yeah. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And yeah, let's see. Now the question is, why do they make people angry? Is it because it's a lot of scam? Is that what the reason is? I should probably also move over to the other side because, well, we don't want to, I'm a half a man. Don't want to block the interesting stuff here, right? We don't want to block the interesting things here. Right? The food. So, $30 in 30 minutes. Candy skewers.
$30 in 30 minutes. That's exactly what this order brought me in as a treat maker / candy maker.
Right. Okay.
Candy maker. You mean, taking, like, the skewer and just impaling the gummy bears? Is that what this is? Wow, you've been working so hard. You've been truly trying your best. Your bestest. Indeed. Wonderful. You can fly? Yes, I can fly. I can fly. I'm just half a man though.
Actually had an entirely different video planned for this week, but then I saw somebody commented on one of my Instagram posts. Please comment on the candy skewer kebab situation. People really pay $30 for gummy bears on a stick. Not kidding, just when we thought we'd seen it all. Oh yeah, this sounds like my kind of thing. This comment didn't even mention where this situation is happening, but I can already guess this is a TikTok thing. This sounds like classic TikTok.
Well, of course it's a TikTok thing, but it's crazy that people would genuinely pay $30 for like just a gummy bear just like shoved on a skewer and then just sold, right? They didn't really make, right? If they like made their own gummies, then that would be a different story, right? If they made their own gummies.
Tomfoolery. So let's head over there and see what we're dealing with.
$30 in 30 minutes. That's exactly what this order brought me in as a treat maker / candy maker. This client ordered 6-inch candy skewers, but she wanted dye-free gummy bears. So the base price for that would have been $30, but because of the dye-free candy, that added a surcharge of $10, so the order total was $40. And this was just such an easy order. I cannot believe that this is like my job. So the cost of the gummies was about $7. I used 2 bags of gummy bears for the order.
If this is her job, we're doing something, guys, we're doing something wrong. If this is how easily you can make money, we are doing something wrong. We just are. This is a scam. Straight up. No way to argue about this. This is a scam.
That was the only cost involved because she was putting these inside of a little container for decor, so I just had to put them in a box, not individually wrapped. Oh, and the skewers, which were about 20 cents maybe, but these are my new favorites to make. I love them.
Right. Okay, so this is the first thing that comes up on TikTok when you search candy skewer stick. I'm gonna presume this is what this commenter was referring to. My immediate reaction to this is fair enough. Look, if somebody wants to buy a pack of impaled gummy bears for $40, that's on them. Somebody said $40 for some gummy bears on a stick. You're out of your mind. The thing is that there are people out there who will pay for things like this. This person is just supposedly filling that demand. Is $40 for gummy bears on a stick kind of insane? Yeah, I'd say so. But some people...
Yeah, but if people pay for it, what are you gonna do? If people pay for it, like, then that's that, right? If people throw their money at her, fair enough. Fair enough. But that's still insane though. I'm gonna say the way it is. That is pretty insane. That is certainly, that is insane.
Have that sort of money. It's not a scam if people know exactly what they're buying and they're aware of how much profit is being made. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that these do not cost $40 to make. However, you know, there's the gummy bears, you have to source the candy, get the sticks, you have to sit there and impale them all. She's put a bit of time into it, so if people want to pay $40 for that, then fair enough. There isn't really much damage being done here, apart from, you know, damage to someone's wallet. However...
Wait, right, she sold it for 40. Oh, right. So, like, she bought everything for 10 and sells it for 40, means she gets 30 back. That is insane. But how many skew... That is insane. I'm gonna watch the queso horror stuff. I'm back. Probably not today anymore. I will end after this.
The main thing throwing me off here is the bare hands on the gummy bears. And also the wearing jewelry whilst preparing.
That is a bit nasty, I agree. That is a bit nasty. That is, I don't know, that is a bit nasty. I hope she better wash her hands. Right? She better wash her hands. On the other hand, apparently gloves are kind of more disgusting. But anyways, but yeah, that is indeed kind of gross.
Food, you can see she's got a nice little stack of rings on there. That's a little gross. Somebody said I can only imagine all the fingerprints on every one of them. The thing is that you don't always have to wear gloves when handling food. And a lot of food hygiene sources actually say that proper hand washing can be as good as wearing gloves. Sometimes wearing gloves can actually make people be less cautious about being sanitary, so it depends. I think a lot of people would prefer their food to be prepared with gloves. I know I probably would. And for the sake of showing people this process in videos online, especially...
Again, the thing is, like, right? People buy it, so the people that buy it probably don't have an issue with it. Not necessarily a good thing. Definitely not. I'm not saying this is a good thing. It's probably not a good thing, honestly. I don't know, man. It's difficult to say, right? If people buy it, what are you gonna do? I feel like, though, it is a bit scammy. Right? If she was asking for, like, right, she was paying 10 and asking for 15, I don't know. But then again, she says it's her job, so she, like, people pay enough for it. Do them yourself, I guess. But people, it's like, people pay enough for it. Like, people pay $40 for this. Like, indeed, people pay $40 for this. That is kind of wild, you have to admit.
Especially to people who think that wearing gloves equals perfect sanitation. I think it's just gonna go down better if you wear gloves. People in the comments saying, is this satire? This page is a joke, right? I'm really struggling to see why anyone would pay you for any of these things. Somebody said, people pay for convenience, y'all. Don't knock the hustle. You're hating, but at the end of the day, people are still paying and she's still making money. Somebody said, girl, I can't believe this is your job either. But if people want to pay for it, and that's the thing, like, you guys.
But it's true, I can't believe that if this is a job, guys, we just went wrong somewhere. That's just the truth, right? We just went wrong somewhere. Am I gonna be mad about going wrong somewhere? No. I mean, hey, if it works, it works. But I think we went wrong somewhere. I should probably start a gummy bear business. I think it's time, chat.
Know me, I'm always complaining about things like consumerism and overconsumption. And those things are a problem when damage is being done. For example, damage to the environment, influencers being irresponsible in the content that they're showing to their young audiences. It's all about the damage being done, right? Making $30 in 30 minutes by shoving a load of gummy bears on a stick, I don't really think there's much damage being done here. And like I said, she's not scamming people if she has a price and people choose to pay that price. Do I think that this is worth $40? Let's just say I wouldn't pay $40 for some gummy bears on a stick, but if there are people out there who will, fair play. However, a lot of people in the comments are saying this is rage bait. I don't know. Let's take a look at another video.
How much do I make as a treat maker? Let's find out. This order was for 2 dozen and it was $100 for the order. So we had the mini kebabs at $40 for the dozen and the large kebabs at $60 for the dozen. My prices start at $40 per dozen for the candy kebabs, but since this one was like a specialized theme, it was a little bit more. The materials was pretty low for this, so it was a high profit order.
We just picked the wrong job, guys. We could do this. Why work a 9 to 5 when you can literally just do this? Of course, I'm probably assuming the shipping fees in there as well, right? They got to be in there. The question is, like, does she pay the shipping fee? And is that factored in the price, or does she do free shipping?
It did take me 2 hours, including sourcing the items. I went to 2 different stores, but overall the profit came out to $80 for 2 hours of work, so about $40 per hour, which I think is very good. I always like to start off with this.
I'm sorry, let me just go back to that one clip.
I think is very good. I always like to start off with a sample because
I just feel like she's not even attempting to minimize the amount that she's touching these. Like, what's with the grabbing? Comments saying, is this a joke? The bare hands on the candy are killing me. Proof that people will spend money on anything. I'm not sure if this is rage bait. This could 100% be real, and I would not be surprised. I feel like people severely underestimate.
Where does she take the orders? Does she have a website? And if she does, then you could check if it's rage bait, right? If she has a website, you could check, right? That's not a big deal. You could check, and then you'd know, right? Then you'd know
What some people will spend money on, because people really will spend money on anything. And I've seen it loads in real life with small businesses. I know people who have had candy businesses, and people will say, you know, why would anyone pay for this when people could easily do it themselves? Some people don't have time. Some people can't be bothered. They don't want to do it themselves. There are so many things out there that you can do yourself, but if you don't have the time, the effort, or the resources, you pay someone else to do it. You know, that's like the idea behind a lot of businesses. And I think this could just be a perfect example of that. It could be rage bait though, absolutely. Anybody can post a crazy video like this, get a bunch of comments, and make more money from the TikTok views than the candy orders. Rage bait is everywhere these days, and people on social media are very easily rage baited, so it works. Somebody said, you have to sell an online class. I just tried to make a candy kebab and it was so difficult. And the seller replied, I have one.
I made almost $2,000 this week as a stay-at-home mom treatment.
$2,000 a week as a stay-at-home mom. 2,000 rage bait.
Maker/candy maker, and this is how. I have multiple different streams of income when it comes to my treat business. So I have, of course, the orders, then I have the TikTok views, I have affiliates, I also have my ebook stuff, and brand deals. I keep that all together just because they all go hand in hand since my content is about what I do for work. So this is all just kind of like one big business. And it is my side hustle. My main business is reselling high-end designer bags. My largest income stream this week for my side hustle was ebooks, and that was $700. I also had a UGC brand deal payout.
Never mind. Maybe it's not just the candy. Correction, meow. Yep, the boy has complained. Maybe it's not just candy. Duck impaled gummy bears on a stick. I'm gonna impale gummy bears on a stick.
Which was $500. That was not posted on my page. It was on the brand's page. For TikTok views, approximately $300.
Fuck, nah, I want gummy bears. Any gummy bears. Shit, what am I, shit, now I want gummy bears. Fuck.
For actual orders, $120. And then the two lowest between TikTok Shop and Amazon, it was about $70-ish. So this week I made approximately $1,700, and it's really important that you diversify all the ways that you're making money, because some weeks some do better, some weeks others do better. So it's important to have multiple ways to make money.
Okay, so the income breakdown. For the orders, we've got $120.
Okay, income breakdown. TikTok views approximately $300, ebooks 700, orders 120, UGC brand deals 500, Amazon affiliate 40, TikTok shop approximately 30, and total 1,710-ish. That's rough, buddy. That's rough, buddy. That is rough, buddy. That's rough, dude. That's just wow.
The ebook, she makes $700, and the TikTok views approximately $300. So even the TikTok views alone are bringing in more money than the orders, and the ebook is by far the thing that's bringing her the most profit. Now, I do like that we've gained some gloves here. Perhaps another reason why I don't think this is rage bait, because if she really wanted to rage bait people, then she would continue to not wear gloves so she could get more people commenting saying, "Ooh, you should wear gloves." Okay, so since I filmed this video about 2 weeks ago, it looks like she did go back to not wearing gloves. Maybe she did realize that actually not wearing gloves.
Yeah, she probably didn't realize that not wearing gloves was probably easier. Either that or something else was off. That's so interesting, though. Not bad, I guess. Not bad, I guess. Right? Not bad. Good for her. Good for her.
Was giving her more interactions and engagement on her content, therefore boosting her videos, giving them more views, and giving her more money from the TikTok Creator Fund. What I think we're seeing here is a perfect example of the 2026 three-step side hustle. Here's how it goes. Somebody will start a small business selling something, selling jewelry, selling slime, candy sticks, running a Lucky Scoop shop. You're then getting some money from actually running that business and fulfilling orders. But then you also post TikTok content about your business. You're then getting money from your TikTok content too. And finally, for step 3, selling courses.
I mean, hey, she's doing well, right? She's doing well for herself with just with just all the stuff she does, right? So like, good for her, right? I guess it's not scam, but to be fair, it makes sense that the other stuff isn't selling that well.
And ebooks. Now, I have very mixed feelings about this, and I actually have a full video about content creators selling courses planned for not too far in the future, because there's definitely some shady course sellers out there. But on top of the orders and the content, people will basically sell a course on how to start a candy business, and that serves as your third income stream. It's one business, but 3 ways to make money. I don't hate that. Obviously, if your business is shady and scammy, then yeah, you suck. Making money posting videos on TikTok is fine. Selling a course on something can be okay if you're actually sharing valuable knowledge and resources on something you're qualified to educate people about. However, what does happen a lot of the time is people will start a small business and they'll post content making it look like they're getting tons of orders and making tons of money. That's not a hard thing to
Or they forget to tell the government, and then they just have to pay, and then they're committing a crime. That also happens. Moving on.
Fake on social media, getting orders for your small business. Fairly certain Lucky Scoop shops do it all the time. So you just gotta pretend that your business is popping off, and then you can turn around and say, "What's that? You wanna run a successful small business like me?" Well, luckily for you, I'm now selling an ebook where for just $99 you can learn all of my small business secrets and start your own business. Sounds great, right? Now, you can throw together a little ebook on Canva in a few hours. You can probably use ChatGPT or whatever to write all the content. And there are actually tons of TikToks out there showing you how to make a course.
You can now use AI to create your own online course in just 30 seconds. Check this out. So you're going to start with going to ChatGPT and ask it to give.
Oh God, AI again. ChatGPT, a slave to the machine. Well, we're back at it again, I guess. We're back at it again. We are back at it again, ChatGPT.
me a complete progressive structure for an online course about your topic. I want to do surfing and then include text and images. Then I get back this complete structure for the online course. I'm going to copy paste everything. Then I'm going to go to Lovable, the AI app builder, and I'm just going to enter whatever ChatGPT wrote here and click enter and have it start building it for me. And a few seconds later, we get back this beautiful interface. Then we're also going to ask in the chat to add a Stripe payment. So now we have a user interface, we have a data backend, and we also have a Stripe integration. So all we need to do now is go to publish. And that's how you're going to build your own simple first version of an.
That is just, I don't know, man. That's just crazy. Well, then again, if it works, it works. What are you gonna do? If it works, it works. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? If it works, it works. And then we're just, right? We're just here. It is what it is. I don't know. Though again, then again, I've seen an ad of a AI tool that can create websites for you. You can drag and drop the way you want it to look, right? So that's I guess. But starting an online course with essentially nothing to provide value with, right? Not your own experience is, I don't know, questionable.
Online course in just 30 seconds.
Oh, it's just so scammy. So you make a course and sell it for $99. Sell 10 of those to people who have been inspired by your small business success on TikTok, and you've just made $1,000. So many people do this. Now, I'm not saying that the candy seller we were looking at in this video does this. That's not something that I can prove.
Huh?
Sounds like Mabel seems to know. It's not something that I can prove, and I'm not gonna sit here and dig into it like some weird candy course detective. But so many people fake their success for courses. Because you don't need orders when the courses and the TikTok content is making you the money. And it's really hard to tell who actually has a successful business and valuable experience and insight.
Yeah, the question. Yeah, true. The problem is, like, how do you can't really find that out unless the information is public in any way, shape, or form. So that's the issue, right? You don't have the public information on this. So how do you do that? Right? So they might just scam you and you don't even know. Right? That's the thing. They might just scam you and you don't even know. Phone about to die. If it work, it work, except if time's human. Use critical thinking. Check that lead to the opium war. Yeah.
Sites that you can learn from, and who is just pretending to be successful so you buy their course. Anyway, I'll be coming back to the course thing in another video, but for now, back to the candy skewers.
If you're wanting to start a business with a low startup cost, consider a candy business. Candy skewers are so in demand right now because they are a huge kid thing and everybody seems to love them. It is a business of convenience, so a lot of people don't want to do these type of tasks, so there's your business opportunity. Like I said, the startup cost is so low. All you need to do to get it going is take some pictures of some samples, post them on social media, post them in your local Facebook groups, and I promise you, you will have a few orders by the end of the week. This is also a business you could do legally from home. So if you're a stay-at-home mom, somebody that likes to stay home, somebody that has extra time to do things at home, then this is a perfect business for you.
I don't know. I mean, again, people buy it, so can we really complain? If people buy it, then I doubt that lady has this valuable experience. I don't think so. It's like, it doesn't look that complicated, right? It really does. Like, the only information she could have is, like, where to get the, all the gummy stuff cheap, right? That's the only thing I could probably see that she might have.
Cake pops were the trending thing a little while ago. We had people doing those chocolate dipped things, and a lot of people will tell you like, oh, it's so easy to do from home, it's super easy to get started, you just have to go out and buy the stuff. However, what a lot of people don't realize is that there are rules and regulations you have to follow to legally sell food you have prepared in your home, or at least here in the UK we do. I'm pretty sure that here in England, anybody who runs a food business from their home must have their kitchen inspected by the food Food Standards Agency. And they give you a rating, and that rating goes on public record. I'm sure in the US it's probably a lot more complicated. You guys have all the different states, and I'm willing to bet that all the different states probably have different rules. So yeah, I mean, just remember, if you're starting a business, especially one that handles food and things that people consume, there can be very specific rules you have to follow in order to run that business legally. So don't always just blindly believe TikTokers when they say, it's super easy, you can just do it all from home. And you can quite easily get in trouble for not being in compliance with the proper food hygiene regulations. Or worse, you could make somebody seriously ill if you are not handling food in a safe.
Yeah, here you also can't just randomly sell food, right? You can't do that here either, right? You can't. So, that makes sense, right? And well, it makes sense that you couldn't do that anywhere else either. I mean, they are adorable. Like, the way she makes them are adorable, right? I get it, right? They're cutesy and shit, right? So it's not, right? They're adorable in a way, but like, they're super expensive. I wouldn't buy these.
Safe and controlled environment, or if you don't have sufficient knowledge on food hygiene and safety. So I think that pretty much covers it for the candy skewer situation. It's not the biggest situation we've discussed on this channel. However, it does give us some interesting things to think about in terms of how small businesses use social media and things like selling courses and using rage bait to make money. I think this video probably serves as a nice little prequel to my future video on the selling courses that I'm planning, because I do want to go a lot more into detail about that selling courses thing and how people seem to push this idea of you don't actually have to have knowledge on something to sell a course, you just have to sell a course, because that's really silly. So let me know in the comments what you think of the candy kebab sticks. Would you pay $40 for these? Do you think gloves should be worn at all times during food handling? And would you buy a course from a small business on TikTok? Don't forget to subscribe to my second channel.
The answer to all of these is no. The answer to all of these is no. No, I would not. This is hella expensive. There's really no point. There's no point, right? You could just make them either, right? You could just either make them at home, right? Which, that would be the reasonable thing to do, right? Make them at home. But there is rationally no point. They're just too expensive. And right, she just gives she just makes $120 off of orders. Which is like, right? That's like maybe 4 times these sticks with the gummy bears, and that's it. Yeah, there's no point. There's really no point. Interesting. That was interesting. Wow, that was interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna end here. Yeah, I'm gonna end here. This is a good moment to end. And then I'll prepare all the videos. I could work on some other stuff. Sounds good. And then we're going to experiment with the channel a little bit. Anyways. That means I will end here. Let me move that over, because I think if I stream tomorrow, everything will be on the wrong side, because some of the scenes are connected to each other, so that would just look horrible to a degree. But yeah. In this case, I will be ending here. Yoink. So yeah. Have a good day. Or night. Don't goon or gump. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. The good thing is tomorrow we don't have to go for Articuno. I already have Articuno, so this is not a big deal. So yeah. I'll see you tomorrow, guys. Bye-bye. Today was fun. Bye-bye. Farewell.